Greetings from Paranormal M, where the unexplainable becomes real. Join us as we explore the most mysterious stories of our time. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to stay updated with the latest thrilling tales. We hope you're ready for the unexpected. Story number 1. Shadow and Crumbs. Just a few hours ago, an inexplicable incident occurred that has left me utterly perplexed and struggling to comprehend what transpired. Let me recount the bewildering chain of events that unfolded. As I diligently went about my household chores, vacuuming the entire house, I found myself alone on the upper floor. My brother occupied the lower level, while the rest of my family was away. With the vacuum cleaner in hand, I proceeded down the hallway, aiming to clean every nook and cranny. Upon reaching the bathroom, I slightly closed the door to gain access to the vent. Fully engrossed in my cleaning mission, that is. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a shadowy presence passing by the partially closed door. My immediate assumption was that my brother was hastening towards either my room or our mother's room, prompting me to brace myself and reprimand him for his hasty movements. Filled with anticipation, I stepped out of the bathroom, ready to confront my brother, but to my astonishment, there was no one in sight. The silence in the air was deafening, devoid of any sign of human presence. However, what caught my attention was the trail left behind the enigmatic shadow. It consisted of peculiar brown crumbs strewn across the floor, distinctly marking the path that it traversed. This revelation only served to deepen my confusion and bewilderment. I had meticulously cleaned the hallway, employing my obsessive-compulsive tendencies to ensure not even a single speck of dirt, dog hair, or mud remained. In fact, I had painstakingly vacuumed the area twice, thrice, driven by my unwavering pursuit of cleanliness and perfection. Thus, the sudden appearance of these mysterious crumbs defied all logical explanation. Adding to the enigma, these crumbs defied identification. They were unlike typical breadcrumbs or any recognizable food particles that one would expect to find. Furthermore, our household lacked any baked goods or culinary treats that could have plausibly resulted in such peculiar remnants. This inexplicable occurrence was entirely unprecedented, and its peculiarity only intensified my sense of unease and fascination. In conclusion, this inexplicable encounters left me grappling with a myriad of unanswered questions. The bizarre interplay of shadows, the eerie absence of any accompanying human presence, and the inexplicable trail of enigmatic brown crumbs have all combined to create a sense of perplexity that continues to bewilder me. It's an accident that has defied all reason and logic, leaving me with an enduring sense of intrigue and an insatiable desire to unravel the truth behind this inexplicable phenomenon. Entities on the stairs. Lately, whenever I find myself in the confines of the kitchen, engrossed in mundane tasks such as washing dishes and baking delectable treats, or meticulously cleaning every nook and cranny, my attention is repeatedly drawn towards a peculiar entity lurking upon the stairs that led down to the dreary abyss of our basement. It's a phenomenon that's become a disconcerting regularity, a spectral presence that refuses to escape the periphery of my vision. It is as if this enigmatic being deliberately seeks to capture my gaze, teasing my senses with its ominous presence. In the midst of my daily chores, an eerie sensation enveloped me, and I suddenly perceive a flicker of movement from the corner of my eye. Turning my head over so slightly, there it is, perched menacingly atop the staircase. A shiver races down my spine as I take in its haunting figure. With bated breath, I observe its peculiar behavior. Crouching low, it cunningly extends its long skeletal fingers through the iron bars of the baby gate, which serves as a barrier between its realm and ours. A grotesque dance ensues, as if playfully wiggling around its elongated digits, taunting both me and my dog. This enigmatic presence exhibits an uncanny duality in its actions, fluctuating between frenetic bursts of energy and languid, desperate strides. Sometimes it propels itself up and down the steps with astonishing speed, as if chasing phantoms only that maybe it can perceive. On other occasions, it adopts a maddeningly measured gait, slowly traversing the staircase, relishing every step as if savoring our growing trepidation. Its pallid oval countenance possesses an ethereal quality, contrasting sharply against the dark cloak that sways with an otherworldly grace. To my utter astonishment, there are moments when this spectral apparition stands resolute upon the steps, peering down into the abyss below. I have borne witness to this unnerving sight while venturing downstairs to retrieve forgotten items. It gazes down unsuspecting souls with an intensity that chills one's bones, as if harboring some malevolent intent that remains inexplicable to mortal comprehension. The lingering dread it instills within us is palpable, prompting my own brothers to steadfastly refuse to descend into the foreboding depths of our basement unaccompanied. Even my dear grandmother, who often finds solace in the tranquility of our kitchen, has attested to the peculiar manifestations of this supernatural entity. As she sits immersed in her own thoughts, the faint echoes of its presence reverberate through the air, reaching her delicate ears. She, too, has become a witness to the enigma that torments our household, and our beloved canine companion, once brave and boisterous, has succumbed to a state of abject terror, whimpering and recoiling at the mere prospect of venturing near the ominous stairs that lead to the abyss. Regrettably, this is not the first encounter that we've had with this unnerving apparition. In the annals of the year 2021, we found ourselves embroiled in a similar predicament. Alas, we naively believed that its existence was vanquished through the collective effort of purging our dwelling and invoking the blessings of divine intervention. The subsequent year, 2022, provided respite from its menacing presence, leading us to believe that our ordeal had come to an end. Yet, as if awakened from a dormant slumber, this supernatural specter has once again emerged, tormenting our very souls. In our valiant attempt to preserve our sanity, we endeavor not to allow this insidious entity to undermine our daily lives. I heard my mom's voice when she wasn't home. While my mom and grandma are usually busy with their nightly routine of driving to the community garden, getting groceries, and taking our dog to the farm, I often find myself home alone with one of my brothers. On this particular day, my mom and grandma had left the house with the dog, and I assumed they were off to tend to the garden and give our furry friend some outdoor time before dusk. With the house to myself, I usually take advantage of the solitude by either lounging in the living room or watching TV, or perhaps indulging in some baking. About an hour had passed, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. I had finished tidying up the dishes, and I had just placed the cake that I was baking into the oven. Sensing the need for a quick bathroom break, I excused myself and I stepped into the restroom. As I emerged, I was taken back by a distinct voice that echoed through the kitchen. It was unmistakably my mom's voice, crystal clear and seemingly coming from right there in the kitchen. Thinking my mom and grandma had returned, I called out to them, eager to know when they had left and where they had gone. To my surprise, no one answered. Puzzled, I ventured back into the kitchen, only to find it empty and devoid of any human presence. Nevertheless, I couldn't shake off the vivid auditory experience I had just encountered. It was as if I had heard my mom's voice, accompanied by the sounds of footsteps and objects being moved around the kitchen, like chairs scraping against the floor and jars clinking on the table. I ruled out any external sources of sound. No music played, no videos or broadcasts filled the airwaves, and all electronic devices were either turned off or far away from me. Furthermore, the windows were tightly shut, emanating the possibility of outside noises infiltrating the house. Moreover, I knew it couldn't have been my brother, as his voice had a deep timbre, and once he was engrossed in his laptop, he rarely emerged from his room for hours on end. I personally ensured that I was the sole occupant of the upper floor and verified that no one had entered the premises during my brief absence. Everything appeared to be in order, devoid of any logical explanation. Curiously, this wasn't the first time I'd experienced such unexplained phenomenon. There had been instances where I distinctly heard my grandma's voice calling out to me when she wasn't even present in the house or attempting to even contact me. Each time I found myself perplexed and unable to attribute these mysterious voices to any discernible cause. Watching Spirit. When the kitchen is free, I love to immerse myself in my baking endeavors. It's a delightful escape for me, especially when I can plug in my trusty earbuds and lose myself to the rhythm of my favorite tunes. However, there was an unusual occurrence that captivated the attention of my entire family. A series of perplexing thumping and banging noises emanating from the attic area. Curiously enough, this area happened to be right outside of my room, although that detail might not be particularly relevant to the story. Nevertheless, we were all dumbfounded, unable to explain the origin of these mysterious sounds. As I was reaching the final stages of completing the batch of cookies I was diligently crafting, the thumping noises abruptly infiltrated my auditory realm. Initially, I attributed it to the volume of my music, hastily reducing its intensity. Yet, a few minutes later, the thumping persisted, compelling me to pause my melodic sanctuary and listen attentively. The sound recurred once again, prompting me to believe that perhaps my mom and grandma had returned from their grocery store expedition. Anticipating their arrival, I eagerly awaited the familiar sounds of the back door swinging open, signaling their return so I could offer my assistance with the bags. Alas, no door creaked open and no footsteps approached. Instead, an eerie sensation overwhelmed me, a distinct feeling of being watched. I've always found such experiences deeply unsettling, so I instinctively scanned my surroundings in a fervent quest to uncover the source of this unnerving presence. Initially, I suspected that it might be my beloved dog or perhaps a mischievous cat playing some unorthodox hide-and-seek game. Yet, upon closer inspection, they were nowhere to be found. My gaze gradually drifted toward the dimly lit hallway leading to the enigmatic attic area. And there, amidst the shadows, my eyes locked onto the sight that sent chills cascading down my spine. A figure, partly concealed by the hall's entrance, peered into the kitchen with an unsettling smile etched upon its countenance. The being's appearance was nothing short of nightmarish. Its complexion boasted an unsettling blend of pure white, tinged with sickly gray hues at the fingertips. Its eyes, devoid of any discernible reflection of vitality, were pitch black and seemed to penetrate the very depths of my soul. Stringy locks of light brown hair hung limply around its face, and a set of grotesquely yellowed teeth completed the horrifying visage. The mere sight of it invoked an overwhelming fear that coursed through my veins, urging me to flee, and flee I did. Rushing down the foreboding basement, a realm I rarely ventured into unless accompanied by somebody else, summoning my brother to join me, and together we ascended back to the kitchen, anxiously awaiting the return of my mom and grandma, while the insidious thumping noises continued their persistent assault on our senses. In a state of unease, we exchanged apprehensive glances with each other, yet no further apparition materialized before us. From that day forward, my existence has been punctuated by intermittent sightings of this malevolent entity. It appears without warning, lurking within the kitchen or peering out from its hiding place, fixated on me with its haunting gaze. Curiously, I never attempted to communicate through words or any other form of sound. It maintains a peculiar distance, never daring to draw too near, yet restlessly following me wherever my path takes me. I do recall a particularly chilling encounter. Bewilderingly enough, I spotted it lurking in the vicinity of a friend's house, a good half hour away from my usual surroundings. The implication of its omnipresence sent shivers down my spine. My mind has been plagued with questions, uncertainty, and a lingering sense of dread. What does this enigmatic entity want from me? Why has it chosen to restlessly stalk and observe my every move? I find solace in knowing that I'm not a practitioner of witchcraft, nor have I dabbled in summoning spirits. Furthermore, none of my family members possess an inclination towards such occult practices or have engaged with the Ouija board. The motive behind this unwavering fixation remains shrouded in darkness, an enigma that refuses to unveil its secrets. Days turned into weeks and weeks transformed into months, yet the unsettling presence persists. It continues to haunt my kitchen as if claiming it for its own domain. Its unsettling smile serves as a constant reminder of the malevolence that lurks just beyond the veil of my reality. The once comforting space where I found solace in baking and all these other different things has become a battleground of fear and uncertainty. I cautiously approach each culinary endeavor, my ears primed for the faintest hint of those dreaded thumping noises. They serve as a chilling soundtrack to the twisted game of cat and mouse that's consumed my life. Despite the sheer terror that permeates my existence, I cannot deny the strange allure of this macabre phenomenon. There is a morbid curiosity within me that longs to decipher the secrets that it holds. Perhaps deep down, I yearn to confront its sinister presence face to face, to demand answers and bring an end to its reign of terror. But caution prevails, for I know not the extent of its power or the consequences of engaging with it directly. As time passes, the encounters become more frequent, and the boundary between the reality and nightmare blurs with each sighting. The entity's presence, once confined to the kitchen, now infiltrates my dreams, manifesting itself as a haunting specter in the realm of sleep. Night after night, I'm tormented by its menacing grin, unable to escape its relentless pursuit, even in the realm of the subconsciousness. My daily routines have been tainted by an incessant paranoia. I find myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, convinced that it's a malevolent eye fixed upon me, even in the most mundane of settings. The once mundane act of grocery shopping became a nerve-wracking ordeal, as I dread the possibility of catching a glimpse of that unsettling figure lurking among the aisles, always watching, always smiling. Friends and loved ones express concern as they witness the toll this ordeal has really taken on my mental and physical well-being. They urge me to seek help and to consult experts in the supernatural in hopes of finding a way to banish this haunting presence from my life. Yet the fear of exacerbating the situation or invoking further wrath restrains me. Who knows what horrors await if I were to tamper with forces beyond my comprehension? And so, I continue to navigate the treacherous waters of existence, forever burdened by the presence of this insidious entity. Its enigmatic purpose remains an unsolved riddle, a puzzle that consumes my thoughts and dominates my every waking moment, until the day arrives when I can finally uncover the truth and break free from its oppressive grip. I'm destined to live in perpetual states of fear, forever haunted by the smiling specter that refuses to release me from its clutches. My mother's experience with my ill grandmother. Recently, my grandmother, who was my mom's mother, passed away around 2 weeks ago. It was an incredibly difficult time for both my family and my mother. She was the last remaining grandparent I had, as my other grandparents had passed away years ago. Adding to the heartache, in April of 2021, I experienced the loss of 2 uncles within the span of 5 weeks. Both of them were my mother's brothers, and while one death was anticipated, the other came as a sudden shock. These past few years had been undeniably rough for my poor mother. Although she's slowly healing, I'm certain the pain still lingers. Last night, she came over to my house and shared her experience of traveling back home to the funeral. She had to fly overseas for that. She spoke of the comfort she found in being surrounded by her family, cherishing moments of laughter and tears together. Remarkably, she arrived home just a day before my grandmother passed away, allowing her to see her one more time. During our conversation, my mother recounted some intriguing incidents that occurred while she was back home with my grandma. The first noteworthy event happened after my grandma was admitted to the hospital. She had been taken there prior to my mom's arrival. Mom mentioned that while the family was visiting her, my grandma, who was 97 years old at the time and mostly blind, expressed that she could see her late husband, my grandpa, and my two deceased uncles standing in the room waiting for her. Bewildered, my mom, aunts, and uncles questioned her claims, assuring her that no one was present. I've heard stories of individuals seeking their loved ones right before passing away, so this account fascinated me. Not long after, my grandmother peacefully passed away, and the funeral was held. It was a significant affair, with nearly the entire town attending. Funerals carry immense importance in her hometown. Understandably, my mom was devastated, though the loss had been anticipated. That night, she had a dream in which she found herself surrounded by deceased cousins and family members, as well as some who were still living. In the dream, my mom looked at her departed relatives and questioned their presence. To her surprise, one of her cousins replied, "We're just waiting for your mom." Moreover, this cousin handed over 2 boxes of sweets, one for her and one for her sister, apologizing for their loss. Mom woke up after this encounter feeling a mixture of emotions. The following day, my mom visited my grandma's house and sort of threw her belongings alongside my aunt. Visitors and well-wishers flocking to pay their respects, filling the house with constant streams of people. At one point, the cousin found her dream appeared in person. He brought along 2 boxes of sweets, giving one to my mom and one to my aunt, leaving my mom completely astounded. She shared the details of her dream with him, and they all laughed and discussed the uncanny coincidence. The sheer resemblance between the dream and reality left my mom reeling in shock. Inquisitive as I am, I asked my mom, who's 56 years old, what she made of the grandma's vision of deceased relatives and the dream that she had. In response, she said, "I truly don't know, but it must be something positive." I wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. From my perspective, there's something undeniably comforting about the notion that upon passing away, we may reunite with our loved ones. It feels as though they eagerly await our arrival, welcoming us home. Such experiences reinforce my belief that there must be something greater, something more profound awaiting us beyond this earthly life. I'm certain of it because these extraordinary occurrences, witnessed by my mother and shared with me, provide a glimpse into the realm beyond our mortal existence. They offer a glimmer of hope that there's an afterlife, where our souls find solace and reunite with those who have departed before us. The fact that my grandmother, who was mostly blind, claimed to come see her late husband and my uncles moments before her passing raises profound questions about the nature of perception and consciousness. It suggests that there's a deeper connection that transcends our physical senses, allowing us to perceive the presence of our loved ones even when logic and reason may suggest otherwise. Furthermore, the synchronicity between my mother's dream and the subsequent real-life encounter with her cousin and the gift of sweets cannot be easily dismissed as mere coincidence. It's as if the veil between the physical and the spiritual realms momentarily lifted, offering my mom a glimpse of the interconnectedness between the two. These experiences resonate with a universal longing within us, a desire to believe that death is not the end, but a transition into a realm where love and connection endure. It gives us hope that our relationships, which hold deep significance in our lives, continue to thrive in a dimension beyond our comprehension. While these events may remain inexplicable within the boundaries of our current understanding, they ignite a spark of curiosity and wonder, urging us to explore the mysteries that lie beyond the tangible world. They remind us that our journey does not conclude with the final breath, but stretches far beyond, encompassing a vast tapestry of existence yet to be unveiled. In times of grief and loss, these stories provide a glimmer of light, a balm for our sorrowful hearts. They remind us that the bonds we forge in this lifetime transcend the limitations of time and space, and that love in its purest form endures eternally. As I reflect on my grandmother's passing, my uncle's departures, and the comforting signs experienced by my mother, I'm filled with a profound sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the lives that they lived, the memories we shared, and the knowledge that they continue to watch over us from a realm beyond our grasp. In the face of life's trials and tribulations, it's these glimpses into the unknown that anchor us, inspiring resilience and reaffirming our faith in a greater purpose. They offer solace to those who mourn, reminding us that the love we hold for our departed transcend the boundaries of life and death. As I continue to navigate the intricacies of existence, I carry with me the belief that there's something more awaiting us. A realm where love reigns supreme and reunions are eternal. And though the intricacies of that realm may elude our understanding, I embrace the certainty that our journey extends far beyond the confines of this earthly realm. Strange car situations told by my friend. One morning around 6 a.m., I embarked on my usual drive to work. As I merged into the highway, I noticed a peculiar car up ahead. There was something off about it, an indescribable sense of abnormality. As I drew closer, my confusion escalated, for the car appeared as though it hadn't fully rendered yet. It resembled a pixelated and blurry object, akin to a video game character waiting to load. My mind struggled to comprehend what I was witnessing. When I finally overtook the car, a young girl behind the wheel, the inexplicable phenomenon abruptly corrected itself. I glanced back only to find a perfectly normal vehicle. The girl now appeared entirely different from the strange, distorted image I had observed moments earlier. It was a perplexing experience, leaving me puzzled and fascinated by the fleeting anomaly. Another peculiar incident occurred while I was driving. I found myself on the main road, approaching a car coming from the opposite direction. As our vehicle passed each other, I couldn't help but notice all four occupants fixated their gaze directly upon me. What made this encounter even more unsettling was the strikingly pale complexion of these individuals, resembling sheets of paper. Their eyes, unnaturally large and devoid of pupils, resembled the markings of raccoons. As the car moved past mine, the father and mother occupying the front seats, and the young boy and girl in the back, maintained unwavering eye contact with me. It was as if their intent was to penetrate my very soul. This chilling experience left an indelible mark on my memory, leaving me with countless questions and an eerie sense of unease. I met a stranger tonight who told me a very interesting story. Earlier tonight around 9 p.m., I finished my work and I decided to make a quick stop at the gas station on my way home. Conveniently located next to my workplace, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to grab some supplies for the evening. You see, my girlfriend was coming over later, and we had plans to indulge in a delightful evening of pizza and movies. However, I had an insatiable craving for a can of Monster Energy drink, and a few other items caught my attention as well. I parked my car near the gas station and I stepped out, ready to fulfill my impromptu shopping mission. As I began walking toward the entrance, a young-looking man caught my eye. He was approaching me with his bicycle, looking relatively clean and not at all homeless. Sporting a camouflage-colored backpack reminiscent of the ones used in the army, he possessed a rather impressive bike. Politely he asked, "Excuse me, sir, but I've been riding all day and I'm quite famished. Could you spare some help? I'm in need of food." Feeling a pang of sympathy for the guy, I couldn't bring myself to turn him away. "Sure," I replied, gesturing for him to accompany me inside the gas station. I instructed him to gather around $10 worth of food and drinks, to which he gratefully smiled and agreed. As we reached the counter, I struck up conversation with him, intrigued by his story and eager to learn more about this stranger. I inquired about his age and his destination. He disclosed that he was 27 years old, coincidentally the same age as me, and he mentioned that he was in cross-country, on a journey, although he didn't provide a specific reason for his travels. Offering a pseudonym, he introduced himself as Isaac and revealed that he was born on an Air Force base in Kansas. My curiosity compelled me to ask about his family, and he disclosed that they resided in Trinidad. While the revelation seemed peculiar, I chose not to delve too deeply into his personal affairs. My primary objective was to assist this individual in need. As we prepared to depart, he expressed his gratitude for the food, and I reassured him that it was no trouble at all, reminding him to stay safe and acknowledging the presence of a guiding force. It was then that he surprised me with a question. "Oh, you believe in God? What other beliefs do you hold?" Astonished by his inquiry, I found myself engaged in a conversation with Isaac that lasted over 20 minutes, right outside the gas station. Isaac exuded intelligence, with no signs of substance abuse or impairment. His eloquence and extensive vocabulary left a lasting impression on me. He began recounting the bizarre encounters he had witnessed during his worldly travels, recounting a particular incident that struck me as exceptionally strange. According to him, he had previously found himself in another state before arriving in mine. While riding his mountain bike down a steep hill at an excessive speed, a car suddenly turned into the street from his left, hurtling towards him, and in that moment, with imminent collision seemingly inevitable, Isaac closed his eyes and braced himself for impact. Yet, upon reopening his eyes, he discovered himself inexplicably positioned on the opposite side of the car from the original trajectory. Astonished, he shared that the occupants of the vehicle had exited in a state of shock, exclaiming, "How on earth are you not dead? You were headed straight for us." Nonetheless, Isaac remained oblivious to how he evaded the collision, finding himself unscathed despite the gravity-defying circumstances. Despite the velocity at which he had been hurtling, he suddenly found himself motionless upon reopening his eyes. Seance. Last month, on the 10th of July, I embarked on an extraordinary adventure with my friends. We found ourselves in the depths of an old, eerie estate that had been standing since the early 20th century. The former owner of the house was an influential man, renowned as a judge in his time. Ultimately, his life came to an abrupt end due to a heart attack that took place within one of the Grand Master bedrooms. Despite its haunting history, the allure of its cheap rent compelled us to rent the property for at least a week. Initially, we amused ourselves with classic board games like Monopoly and indulged in various social pursuits. However, as the hours ticked by, monotony began to take hold of our spirits. A wave of boredom washed over us, urging us to explore the vast expanse of the house. It was during this search for excitement that one of our daring friends suggested watching horror movies. Succumbing to curiosity, we settled down to watch the spine-chilling films Evil Dead and Drag Me to Hell. Yet even these terrifying tales failed to captivate our restless souls. Yearning for an adrenaline rush, we collectively decided to engage in an activity that would surely send shivers down our spines: a seance. None of us possessed the faintest idea of how to perform such a ritual, so we resorted to the vast expanse of the internet to guide our endeavors. After gathering the necessary information, we nervously embarked on the seance, hoping to make contact with otherworldly beings. However, much to our disappointment, the seance concluded without any supernatural occurrences. As hunger gnawed at our stomachs, we gravitated toward the kitchen, anticipating a feast of pizza to satiate our appetites. Yet, as we savored each slice, a cacophony of noises echoed from above us, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Startled, we hastily ascended the stairs, seeking refuge in the master bedroom. Upon our arrival, we scoured the room for any signs of intruders or paranormal phenomenon, but found nothing amiss. With our nerves still on edge, we cautiously returned to the living room. The following night marked our final stay in the house, intensifying our determination to connect with the spiritual realm. Once again, we gathered in a circle, hopeful that our efforts would bear fruit. Alas, our hopes were dashed as the evening waned, leaving us empty-handed in our quest for communication. As the day of departure loomed, a series of peculiar events unfolded before our eyes. To our astonishment, a mysterious handprint materialized on the surface of a TV screen, perplexing us as to its origin and purpose. Moreover, one of our companions discovered the loss of his cherished notebook and pen, an occurrence that perplexed us all. Equally disturbed with the ordeal faced by a friend who had occupied the bedroom where the phantom footsteps had resonated, he endured a sleepless night, tormented by the restless string of nightmares. Strangely enough, he had never encountered any difficulty sleeping in that room before. Yet the pinnacle of strangeness manifested when compelled by an inexplicable urge. I turned to gaze upon the house one last time. As my eyes surveyed the facade, a chilling sight greeted me from one of the windows. It was not the figure of an old man or any recognizable human form. Instead, it was a spectral mist, seeming to coalesce, gradually morphing into an entity that bore resemblance to a woman. The inexplicable occurrences and unshakable sensations that unfolded within the confines of that antiquated estate left an indelible mark on each of us. The atmosphere had remained eerily normal until we attempted those seances. It was as if our meddling with the spirit world had opened a portal to the unknown, inviting a host of inexplicable phenomena into our lives. In the days that followed, a palpable sense of unease settled upon us. Whispers of disembodied voices seemed to linger in the air, faint but undeniably present. Shadows danced at the corners of our vision, teasing our senses with their fleeting movements. Objects inexplicably shifted from their original positions, defying the laws of logic and physics. Sleep became an elusive luxury for all of us. Night after night, we found ourselves plagued by vivid and terrifying nightmares. The line between dreams and reality blurred, leaving us exhausted and perpetually on edge. It was as though the spirits of the house had taken hold of our subconscious, tormenting us as punishment for our failed attempts at contact. The once vibrant and joyful camaraderie among our group now withered under the weight of fear and uncertainty. Each of us bore the weight of our individual experiences, yet the shared sense of foreboding served as a constant reminder that we were not alone in our torment. Conversations grew hushed and guarded, the specter of the supernatural overshadowing every interaction. Desperate for answers, we delved deeper into the history of the estate. Researching archives and interviewing locals, we uncovered a dark tale that had long been concealed beneath the layers of time. Rumors swirled of the judge's involvement in the series of heinous crimes, his position of authority enabling him to evade justice. It was said that the very walls of the estate held echoes of the judge's malevolent deeds, his spirit forever trapped within its confines. Armed with this newfound knowledge, we resolved to confront the lingering presence that held us captive. We sought out assistance of a renowned paranormal investigator, someone who could shed light on the forces at play within the estate. With an air of expertise and an array of specialized equipment, the investigator embarked on a thorough exploration of the property, hoping to unravel the mystery that had consumed us. Days turned into weeks as the investigation unfolded, unveiling a series of chilling discoveries. Electronic voice phenomenon recordings captured faint whispers, urging us to leave and beware. Anomalies appeared in photographs, manifesting as ethereal orbs and misty figures. The investigator's own instruments registered abnormal electromagnetic fields, a testament to the otherworldly energies that permeated the house. As our understanding of the situation deepened, so did our resolve to liberate ourselves from the clutches of the supernatural. Armed with sage, crystals, and incantations, we performed a meticulously planned cleansing ritual, channeling positive energy and banishing the negative forces that held sway over us. The atmosphere within the estate shifted, gradually transforming from one of dread to one of lingering serenity. With the spiritual turmoil finally subsiding, we made our final preparations to leave the house for good. Our time there had been a harrowing journey into the realm of the unknown, an experience that would forever shape our perceptions of reality. As we closed the door behind us, we carry with us the weight of those indelible memories, reminders of the delicate balance between the living and the spirit that inhabit the ethereal plane. Though we had sought adventure and excitement, we had unknowingly wandered into a realm far beyond our comprehension. The estate's haunted legacy had become a part of our personal narratives, intertwining with our lives and forever altering our perceptions. We left that place with a newfound respect for the unseen forces that dwell in the shadows, forever cautious of the boundaries we dare to cross in our pursuit of the extraordinary. Story 9. Sulfur. Throughout my life, I've always been a skeptic when it comes to the supernatural. Ghosts, paranormal activities. I believed that there was a logical explanation for everything. However, there were 3 peculiar incidents that made me question my skepticism. The first happened when the mother of one of my closest friends tragically took her own life in the living room of their house. Ever since that fateful day, the room became an eerie and unwelcoming space, shrouded in an inexplicable aura of unease. Understandably, my friend and her family were eager to move out as soon as they could. One evening, during either the pleasant months of April or May, my friend invited a few of us over for a slumber party. Despite her warnings about the living room, advising us to gather in her room instead, we recklessly decided to camp out in the very room that held such dark memories. At first, things seemed relatively normal, but there was an unmistakable feeling that something was amiss in the air. It was as if we were constantly being observed, though it's challenging to articulate the sensation precisely. As the night progressed and we started to drift off into sleep, a sudden acrid odor filled the room. One of the girls identified as the distinct scent of sulfur. Fear gripped us tightly as we attempted to trace the source of the smell, assuming it must have originated from the kitchen. However, to our astonishment, there was no trace of the odor within the culinary confines of the house. When faced with uncertainty, what do we do in this modern age? We turn to the almighty oracle of knowledge, Google. In our panic, we fervently searched for any information about sulfur and its potential association with spirits. The results we stumbled upon only deepened our unease. Reacting swiftly, one of the girls hastened to open a window, hoping to dissipate the unsettling smell. But in a disconcerting twist of events, just as the window creaked open, a glass perched on the table teetered precariously before plummeting onto the floor, shattering on impact and staining the carpet. A peculiar coincidence, I thought to myself, trying to rationalize the occurrence. However, the expressions on the faces of my companions revealed the growing dread that enveloped us all. Sensing no other recourse, we hastily abandoned this eerie living room, seeking refuge in the sanctuary of my friend's bedroom, where we finally managed to find solace and drifted off to sleep, albeit uneasily. Has anyone else experienced this? Last night I was abruptly awoken by an incredibly peculiar snoring-like sound. It wasn't your typical comical snore, mind you, but rather an indescribable combination of inhaling and exhaling, accompanied by the unsettling noise of lips smacking together. Initially, the volume was deafening, persisting for several minutes. Simultaneously, I could sense an aura of negative masculine energy lurking in the corner of my room. Although the noise eventually ceased, my body remained tense, and my heart continued to race with fear. Just as I thought it was over, to my dismay, it resumed once more. During its recurrence, I perceived the presence shifting toward the foot of my bed, momentarily before retreating to its prior position. The sound persisted for a few more minutes before abruptly vanishing. As it subsided, my body gradually relaxed, and I felt the departure of this enigmatic presence, allowing me to drift back to sleep. Yet, my tranquility was short-lived as my body abruptly tensed up again, accompanied by the disheartening thought, "Oh God, is it back?" and predictably, the eerie noise commenced anew. On this occasion, in addition to the inexplicable sound, I sensed what I felt to be multiple hands clutching beneath my thighs, as if attempting to lift my body. Strangely enough, the sensation seemed distinct from the presence emanating the particular noise from earlier, as I still perceived its malevolent energy emanating from the other side of the room. The episode continued for a while longer before abruptly ceasing. Yet, as fate would have it, a few minutes later the sound returned, albeit noticeably quieter and weaker than before. After enduring approximately another 5 or 10 minutes of the haunting noise, intermittently fading in and out, it transformed into a mere whisper. It persisted for prolonged durations before finally ceasing altogether. In response to this unsettling experience, I decided to acquire some frankincense and white sage incense sticks, which I am presently burning during writing this. In an attempt to seek solace or find similar accounts, I turned to Google, but my search yielded no results concerning this bizarre breathing phenomenon. It's worth noting that I've never been a proponent of the notion of witching hour. However, during this disconcerting encounter, I found myself questioning whether it was indeed connected to that supernatural concept. Eventually, when I mustered enough courage to open my eyes and move, I glanced at the clock and discovered that it was precisely 4:25 a.m., further fueling my contemplation. Creepy forest visits. Before my visit, I received a referral from our regional chaplain who oversees ministry and chaplaincy support in a sprawling city area. While pastors, ministers, and priests usually work within the confines of churches or abbeys, I transitioned from being a pastor to becoming a chaplain integrated into the local community. As an area chaplain, my responsibilities encompass several suburbs and extend to providing support for the staff of the Order of St. John, residing or working within these areas. The referral I received was from a location within my jurisdiction, a forest that has become notorious for its eerie happenings. Reports mentioned strange noises, an unsettling feeling of being observed, and the presence of enigmatic symbols. Curiously, the community member who raised these concerns also experienced consistent nightmares and restless sleep after visiting the forest. Although it took some time for them to connect the dots, the forest itself was a charming, albeit secluded place on the outskirts of suburbia. Often frequented by dog walkers, naturally, I decided to bring my faithful canine companion along for this investigation, ensuring I also carried a blessed tiaha, an ancestral weapon symbolizing strength and protection. During my initial visit, I encountered a series of peculiar occurrences that left me unnerved. I stumbled upon a bird with a broken neck positioned beside a bag of putrefying meat, adjacent to a small candle shrine nestled within the forest. This discovery hinted at human involvement, although my role entailed disproving paranormal phenomenon. Nevertheless, this finding immediately raised concerns within me. Continuing my exploration, I encountered 2 more deceased animals, an indigenous eel with its head cleanly severed, and a hapless hedgehog that had suffered severe blunt force trauma, rendering it completely flattened. At that point, my mind entertained possibilities such as a delinquent adolescent, a homeless person seeking refuge, or even an ill-conceived attempt at dark magic. Additionally, I noticed unusual markings adorning the trees on the path, adding to the mystique. Furthermore, the absence of any sounds of wildlife was conspicuous, although I considered the possibility of seasonal variations and common fluctuations in atmospheric pressure. To address this, I conducted a blessing ritual involving the recitation of sacred songs. Astonishingly, I concluded the ceremony. The birds around me started to sing. Determined to eliminate any potential threats, I disposed of the decaying meat by discarding it into a nearby bin. During my second visit, I arrived armed with a Bible, a small wooden cross, and wearing my official uniform. I understood that blessings were not a one-time solution, but rather required repeated interventions. These rituals acted as a security blanket, serving to reassure and protect, and on this occasion I noticed extensive drag marks scattered throughout the forest, many of which led to the small shrine area where I had discovered the dead bird previously. Furthermore, the distinct murmuring I had faintly perceived during my first visit became more distinct. I also experienced instances of significant movement around me, including an inexplicable disturbance in a shallow stream. Despite the stream's mere 15-centimeter depth, something caused a forceful splash, launching water about a meter into the air, an utterly perplexing occurrence. Moreover, I felt an unusual pressure on the back of my neck and ribs, although I speculated that this might just be a manifestation of anxiety-induced muscle tension. Undeterred, I traversed the forest, clutching my wooden cross tightly while reciting small exorcism invocations whenever a sense of apprehension loomed. I aimed to ward off any lurking malevolence and ensure my own safety during this investigation. The third visit proved to be the most challenging. Upon arrival, a putrid stench permeated the entire forest due to the multitude of decaying animals. Although I suspect that I had missed some of the deceased animals during my previous visits, the overwhelming smell of death in the forest confirmed the extent of the grim situation. A decapitated rat, several birds, and a few mice lay scattered among the trees and foliage. Determined to address the spiritual turmoil that plagued this place, I had come prepared with the prayer book of St. Martin, intending to consecrate the area and bring about a sense of peace and healing. As I ventured deeper into the forest, it became increasingly evident that despite the constant sound of voices and footsteps echoing along the trail, I could never quite catch sight of anyone. The indistinguishable murmurs seemed to emanate from just around the corner, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly elusive. Undeterred, I proceeded cautiously, keeping my dog on a tight leash, vigilant for any sign of sources of these perplexing sounds. Upon commencing the prayer ritual, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged through me, and I found myself vomiting uncontrollably. The putrid odor of death grew even more suffocating, intensifying the challenging circumstances I faced. Nevertheless, I persevered, determined to complete the consecration and alleviate any sinister energies that plagued the forest. The sounds of movement persisted, a cacophony of rustling leaves and snapping twigs, as if some unseen force was observing my every move. The pressure on the back of my neck and ribs remained, reminding me of the delicate balance between my own fears and the spiritual realm I sought to address. Despite the physical and emotional turmoil, I pressed on, my voice trembling, but resolute as I continued the prayers. Gradually, as the consecration neared its conclusion, the vomiting subsided, and the sickening odor dissipated into ether. I found a profound sense of calm descending upon the forest, replacing the previous atmosphere of malevolence and unrest. To ensure thoroughness of the consecration, I repeated the prayer once more, and this time without any adverse effects. Now, on my fourth and most recent visit, a noticeable transformation has taken place within the forest. The carcasses of the deceased animals have either decomposed or disappeared entirely, and the pervasive stench of death has also vanished, replaced by the familiar scent of nature's tranquility. Although peculiar noises and mysterious movements still persist, I sense a marked decrease in their frequency and intensity. The absence of large wildlife in this area makes these sounds even more perplexing, but I'm hopeful that my efforts have begun to restore harmony and dispel the lingering darkness. However, my work is not yet complete. I am aware of the accumulated litter and debris that require immediate attention. With renewed determination, I will return to the forest, equipped to cleanse and bless the neglected surroundings once more. The markings, once symbols of the enigma and unease, will be rectified and imbued with a renewed sense of positive energy. As I embark on this final phase of my task, I carry with me a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The journey to restore balance in the forest has been arduous, yet I remain resolute in my commitment to the community and my duty as a chaplain. Wish me luck as I navigate the remnants of darkness, armed with faith, compassion, and an unwavering belief that the light will ultimately prevail over the shadows. Scene from the shower. In my line of work, which involves constant traveling, I find myself spending a majority of my time residing in hotels. So over the years, I've come across numerous tales of paranormal phenomenon occurring within these establishments. However, personally, I've never experienced anything of the sort. That is, until a peculiar incident unfolded roughly 3 years ago during one of my hotel stays. On this particular occasion, I found myself taking a refreshing shower within the confines of my hotel room, and as luck would have it, the bathroom door had been left ajar, granting me a view into the bedroom from my vantage point in the shower. The room's layout was such that the shower was nestled in the corner, with a wall to my left and the doorway leading to the living room to my right. It was the spacious one-bedroom suite that I had chosen for my temporary house. As the water cascaded down, enveloping me in its warmth, I indulged in the soothing sensation. However, for some inexplicable reason, my gaze remained fixed on the room before me, and then, in the blink of an eye, it happened. Emerging from the right side of the room, seemingly materializing from the living room, glided a figure. She was a woman with an ethereal nature, possessing an otherworldly pallor and rendered her almost translucent, her skin resembling the texture of delicate parchment. Cascading down her back was a mane of long, straight black hair, reaching down to her waist in a mesmerizing display. The encounter lasted no more than a fleeting couple of seconds, but those mere moments felt like an eternity etched within my memory. As this enigmatic figure passed by, she turned her head in my direction, our eyes locking in an inexplicable connection. In her gaze, I detected neither fear nor curiosity, just an unnerving stillness that seemed to penetrate to the depths of my being. Without halting her ghostly stride, she continued her spectral journey, appearing to traverse the very wall directly in front of her. It was as if she was effortlessly traversing a barrier that existed only within the realm of the supernatural. The sight that unfolded before me was one of the most baffling and bewildering spectacles I've ever witnessed. The image of her countenance remains ingrained in my mind to this day, a face that lacked defining features save for two abysmal orbs, dark as the night sky serving as her eyes. A mere slit represented her mouth, barely hinting at its existence, while a faint suggestion of a nose completed her enigmatic visage. Not a single word was uttered, nor did she exhibit any discernible emotion. She simply shifted her gaze towards me, our eyes meeting in a silent confrontation before vanishing into the intangible fabric of the wall, leaving me dumbfounded and awestruck. That encounter, without a doubt, ranks among the most inexplicable and peculiar incidents I've ever experienced. It served as a stark reminder that the realm of the supernatural possesses wonders and enigmas that are far beyond our comprehension. Demonic dream and the events after. It all began when I decided to take a nap one afternoon. As I drifted off to dreamland, everything seemed normal. I found myself sitting on the sofa with my friend, unaware of the impending strangeness that awaited me. Suddenly I became conscious within the dream, realizing that I was indeed dreaming, yet I remained silent. A peculiar tension filled the air and my gaze fell upon a box of tissues. To my astonishment, a tissue mysteriously soared upwards, piercing through the ceiling. Intrigued, I boldly challenged the unseen presence, saying, "If someone is here, do that again." Lo and behold, the tissue obeyed my request, but this time I managed to catch it. Curiosity urged me to turn to my right, only to find a colossal goat inches away from my face. Strangely enough, I somehow knew that this goat possessed human teeth, In my mind, I pondered, "If you are what I think you are, speak." Just as it was about to utter a word, I intervened and stopped it. The goat responded with a slight head movement, seemingly annoyed, and then emitted a bone-chilling demonic scream. Abruptly, I jolted awake, still able to hear the reverberations of the dreadful sound for a few fleeting moments, as if it clung to my senses, forcibly pulling me back into wakefulness. Keeping this unsettling experience to myself, I refrained from sharing it with anyone, particularly my partner at the time, who held an irrational fear of such matters. However, an unspoken shift in the atmosphere within our home became apparent. Occasionally, I would jest, half seriously stating, "There's a ghost haunting our house," to which my partner would dismissively respond, "It won't do anything." Several days later, while accompanying my mother to the hospital, I received frantic messages urging me to return home immediately. When I arrived, I found my partner sitting outside, visibly terrified with her dog by his side. Trembling, he recounted a spine-chilling encounter that he had had in the kitchen. As he prepared a drink, he distinctly heard my voice inquire, "Are you okay?" Turning around, he expected to see me standing there, but to his astonishment, no one was present. Bewildered, he resumed his task, only to experience a sudden surge of searing pain coursing down his back. Upon inspection, we discovered 3 deep crimson gashes running vertically down his spine, a perplexing sight considering his short nails made it impossible for him to have inflicted these wounds upon himself. The scratches persisted for 3 days, and it was after that ordeal that he decided to leave. A week later, my mother approached me, visibly disturbed. She recounted an incident from the previous night when she had heard my voice echoing from the bottom of the stairs, urgently calling out, "Mom!" The time was 3 a.m., and I was sound asleep upstairs, rendering it impossible for me to have uttered those words. Although it resembled my voice, she knew deep down that it couldn't have been me. Weeks passed and life carried on with the undercurrent of unease, and I found myself in the hallway, bringing in groceries when an inexplicable force seemed to grab my butt. Shocked and bewildered, I rushed to my mother, sharing the bizarre occurrence. In jest, we attributed it to the mischievous ghost, with my mother playfully chiding, "You dirty pervert." However, as I returned to the bottom of the stairs, the demonic scream reverberated through the air once again, chilling both my mother and me to the core. Overwhelmed with fear, I hastily fled the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum set on overdrive. The bone-chilling scream echoed in my ears, intensifying the horror that had gripped my entire being. I couldn't shake the feeling that the unseen entity was toying with us, its presence lurking in the shadows of our home. Seeking solace and reassurance, I turned to my mother, her expression marrying my own fear-stricken countenance. We exchanged anxious glances, both knowing that something beyond our understanding was unfolding before us. The hair on the back of my neck prickled as I heard what sounded like faint footsteps resonating upstairs. Each footfall seemed to grow louder, as if some invisible force was purposely moving away, evading our grasp. Determined to confront whatever malevolent force has invaded our lives, I mustered the courage to ascend the stairs, one hesitant step at a time. The air grew thick with anticipation, and my palms grew clammy with perspiration. With each creak of the stairs beneath my weight, a sense of trepidation mounted within me, warning me of the perils that awaited. As I reached the top of the staircase, the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. Shadows danced along the walls, playing tricks on my anxious mind. I cautiously moved towards the rooms, my senses heightened to detect even the slightest disturbance. It felt as if time stood still, and the world holding its breath, waiting for the next haunting to occur. The first room I entered was my own. The space had once provided solace and comfort, but now it seemed tainted by an otherworldly presence. Every corner, every object seemed infused with an eerie energy that sent shivers down my spine. I could almost hear whispers in the silence, murmurs of a spectral nature that eluded comprehension. With bated breath, I continued my exploration, moving from room to room, searching for any sign of the supernatural intruder. The once familiar hallways now felt like a labyrinth, a maze of uncertainty and fear. It was as if the very walls held secrets, secrets that refused to be revealed, secrets that threatened to consume my sanity. Days turned into weeks and the paranormal activity persisted. Objects would inexplicably move and doors would slam shut, and disembodied voices would echo through the empty corridors of our home. Sleep became a distant memory, as each night brought with it a barrage of nightmares and restless tossings and turnings. The veil between the realm of the living and the realm of the spirits seemed dangerously thin, blurring the boundaries of our perceived reality. Desperate for answers, I sought the guidance of experts in the occult and the paranormal. They conducted investigations delving deep into the history of the house and its surroundings. Their findings painted a chilling picture, a history of tragedy, dark rituals, and restless souls longing for peace. It appeared that her home had become a focal point for these tormented spirits, drawing them towards us like moths to a flame. Eventually, we made the difficult decision to leave the house behind, bidding farewell to the echoes of the past that had haunted us for far too long. As we settled into our new abode, the oppressive weight that had clung to our lives gradually lifted, and a sense of normalcy returned. However, the memories of these harrowing days still haunted me. The events that unfolded in that house serve as a constant reminder of the mysteries that lie beyond our comprehension, reminding me that the realm of the supernatural is a force to be reckoned with. It's a chapter in my life that I'll never forget, a testament to the inexplicable and the unexplained, forever etched in the deepest recesses of my soul. Does anyone think mind control could exist? I think someone might have used it on me. I know this might sound absolutely insane, but honestly, I'm at a loss for what else to call it. This is the topic I've discussed before on a different subreddit, hoping to gather more insight and opinions because I was left with an overwhelming number of questions. To add to that, I recently had another bewildering account that further piqued my curiosity about this phenomenon. Back when I was in college, there was this individual who possessed an uncanny ability to place me under some kind of trance whenever we engaged in conversation. It was as though she had a mysterious power over me, compelling me to do practically anything she instructed. Interestingly enough, I would always retain clear memories of our interactions. However, there was one particular occurrence that stood out in my mind. She somehow persuaded me to give her the money I had, something I would never even consider doing for my closest friends. It's truly perplexing to try and articulate the sensation, but imagine teetering on the brink of falling asleep with all my focus solely fixated on her words. Since my college days, I've been working in the retail industry, and just the other day I found myself ensnared in that same perplexing state of mind while assisting a group of customers at the checkout counter. There were 4 friends, and I noticed them stealing glances at me from across the room, whispering amongst themselves as if preparing for some covert operation. As they eventually approached the counter, one of them assumed the role of the spokesperson and initiated conversation with me. It was as if an invisible switch had been flipped, instantly plunging me into that familiar otherworldly mental state. I found myself mindlessly nodding and agreeing with whatever this person was saying, completely surrendering my will to her command. It was only later that I realized to my utter shock that I had allowed them to exit the store without making any payment. It took me a good 5 minutes or so to gradually regain my senses and snap out of this perplexing trance. Needless to say, this incident left me rattled to the core. I find myself growing increasingly apprehensive about engaging in conversation with unfamiliar individuals, since it appears that I possess an unnerving susceptibility to whatever influence they wield. Now, people have told me that it couldn't possibly be hypnosis, since one cannot be hypnotized into performing actions they wouldn't otherwise consider. This is precisely why I've resorted to labeling it as mind control, although I'm well aware that such a description may conjure up images of conspiracy theories and individuals donning tinfoil hats. Hence, I find myself wondering if there's any others out there who have encountered similar experiences, or if I'm simply descending into the depths of my own mind, teetering on the brink of madness. Knocking on my window during the spring and summer. For the past 7 or so years, I've resided in my house. A peculiar occurrence has taken place during the seasons of spring and summer. Without fail, I've experienced a series of perplexing incidents wherein the knocking sounds emanate from both my bedroom and bedroom windows, both of which are situated on the second floor. Given the architectural design of my abode, I'm inclined to believe that there must be an individual positioned outside of my bathroom window, as the roof adjacent to it is remarkably flat, rendering it easily accessible with the aid of a ladder. However, to my perpetual bewilderment, each time I mustered the courage to investigate the source of the knocking, I am met with an empty vista devoid of human presence. Bafflingly enough, the enigma does not cease at the bathroom window alone. After I reluctantly withdraw from my bathroom and proceed back to the sanctuary of my bedroom, an unsettling pattern emerges, whereby, more often than not, a short interval elapses before the reverberation of knocking resounds against my bedroom window as well. Unlike its bathroom counterpart, my bedroom window opens up to a sheer drop, leading directly to our driveway below, leaving me perplexed as to how anyone could possibly approach it without arousing the attention of others nearby. Remarkably, this peculiar phenomenon seems to be confined solely to the warmer months, with occurrences in the winter seasons being a rarity, further deepening the enigmatic nature of these incidents. Has anyone ever had a similar experience? For a span of 3 years, I found myself immersed in this particular line of work, which led me to 2 different locations. To encapsulate my experiences succinctly, it can be said that it's brought me to the brink of death without actually succumbing to it. Among the myriad encounters I had, one incident stands out vividly in my memory, forever etched in my mind. It was a moment that shook me to my core, leaving an indelible mark. I was confronted with the perplexing scenario of bed alarms reverberating within the resident's room, even hours after their passing. These alarms, designed to activate when the individual either rises from their bed or falls out of it, defied all logic. The perplexing aspect was that the room remained empty during those early morning hours, devoid of any human presence. How or why these alarms would jolt into action in the absence of any physical movement remains a weird mystery. One of my co-workers, a woman deeply rooted in superstition, mind you, ventured to propose a peculiar hypothesis. She surmised that the lingering spirits of the departed were responsible for these supernatural occurrences. In her superstitious belief, she would ceremoniously open a window in the room, an action that inexplicably brought an abrupt end to the incessant alarm symphony. Such eerie incidents became commonplace in my line of work. Strange happenings once relegated to the realm of folklore and myth began to unfold before my very eyes with astounding regularity. Skepticism and disbelief, which had been my steadfast companions, were abruptly replaced by a newfound acceptance of the inexplicable. The boundaries between the tangible and the intangible, the living and the deceased, became blurred, ultimately shattering my preconceived notions. The profound impact of this occupation manifested in an unprecedented transformation of my entire worldview. Previously, I'd held steadfastly to the firm disbelief in supernatural phenomenon, dismissing them as figments of overactive imaginations or mere tricks of the mind. However, my tenure in this new role rewrote the very fabric of my beliefs, dismantling the walls of skepticism and unveiling a profound understanding of the intricate relationship between life and death. Thus, this journey into the realm of mortality and the ethereal imbued my existence with a newfound sense of awe and reverence. It taught me that the boundaries of our comprehension are far more malleable than we dare to imagine, that the mysteries of the universe extend far beyond the grasp of our limited understanding. In embracing the inexplicable, I discovered a humbling truth, that the human experience is a tapestry, interwoven with threads of the enigmatic, waiting to be unraveled by those willing to venture beyond the realm of convention. Story number 17. What is in the patrol room? During my uncle's time as a trustee at the county jailhouse, he encountered an inexplicable incident that has haunted him ever since. The puzzling occurrence not only left him dumbfounded, but also perplexed the workers who observed the event through the surveillance cameras. It all happened in the early hours of the morning when my uncle was diligently tidying up the patrol room of the sheriff's department. The task at hand was relatively simple: clean the area surrounding the computers, sweeping and mopping the floors, and ensuring that trash was properly disposed of. As he finished tidying up the trash bag, ready to leave, something bizarre occurred that sent shivers down his spine. Without warning, one of the swivel chairs he had previously pushed back against the desk suddenly started rolling toward him. Astonished and initially suspecting a prank, my uncle swiftly turned around, only to find himself completely alone in the room. Startled, he dropped the trash and sprinted out, vowing to never set foot in that room unaccompanied again. The jailers, who had been monitoring the cameras, were equally astounded by the sight of the chair inexplicably rolling on its own. Even to this day, the incident remains an enigma, defying any logical explanation. After the peculiar episode, an unspoken agreement was reached among everyone involved to avoid discussing it further, as if by acknowledging the event, they would be inviting more inexplicable occurrences into their lives. However, my uncle staunchly remains that the patrol room and the entire department is still plagued by supernatural forces. On certain nights, as my uncle could make his way from the patrol room, he claimed to hear faint whispering echoes through the air, emanating from the very place that had sent him fleeing in fear. The eerie sound only added to the mystique surrounding the haunted room, reinforcing his belief that something otherworldly resided within those walls. The Baker Boy. Story number 18. During my mother's childhood, she lived in a remote region of Mexico, where basic amenities like electricity and running water and air conditioning were non-existent. In that little cramped house, my mother and a few of her siblings often resorted to sleeping on the porch to accommodate everyone. Yes, it may sound strange, but they slept on makeshift beds outside, as it sometimes proved to be cooler than inside the house. The porch had a screen meticulously installed by my resourceful grandfather, who had also constructed the entire house with his own two hands. Given the vast expanse separating them from the nearest neighbor, the dwelling felt like it was situated in the heart of nowhere. Now here comes the eerie part, the ghostly tale that unfolds from this quaint setting. Amongst my mother and her 3 siblings, there were the chosen ones who slumbered under the starry night sky each evening. Initially, they never encountered any disturbances or fears until the night of the Baker Boy making his first appearance. Picture a small child with golden curls, clad in white baking attire, with a face concealed by a grotesque mask made from real pigskin. This peculiar figure would amble in circles around the perimeter of the house, reciting a mysterious phrase incomprehensible to my mother, as it neither resembled Spanish nor English. Naturally, they were frightened at first, but as time passed, they grew to appreciate the presence of the Baker Boy. It almost seemed as though he performed nocturnal vigils to safeguard them from any misfortune that may be befalling them. However, his true identity remained shrouded in mystery, and the lingering question of his existence loomed over us all. Unfortunately, my grandpa, being the skeptical soul that he was, dismissed their accounts as figments of their imagination, concocted merely to find an excuse not to enter the house. But my mother and her siblings vehemently denied such motives. As days turned into weeks, a curious development unfolded. The faint trace of the Baker Boy's nightly sojourn began to manifest as an indistinct pathway encircling the house. This peculiar phenomenon was undeniable, and it left an indelible mark on their memories. Needless to say, they didn't remain in that house for much longer. They relocated before eventually making their way to the United States. What makes this tale even more extraordinary is that before my grandpa passed away, he admitted that my mother and he had finally glimpsed the elusive figure. the blonde boy with the unsettling pig mask. Lamp Ghost. Over the past month or two, I've been experiencing a peculiar occurrence every single night, somewhere between the hours of 9:30 p.m. and 12:30 a.m. It revolves around my trusty lamp, which happens to possess a nifty little switch on its base. Whenever I flick this switch, whether to illuminate or darken the room, a distinctively loud click resonates throughout the space. However, here's the baffling part. Every night within the aforementioned time window, my lamp emits this click sound without actually turning on or off. Now, before I delve further into this enigma, let me provide you with some context. You see, my lamp is not an ordinary inanimate object. It has become an unwitting accomplice in the strange happenings within my abode. Its unique click has become a harbinger of something beyond the realm of rationality. I'm convinced that there is an otherworldly presence lurking within the confines of my living space. Initially, I dismissed the recurring click as a mere product of my overactive imagination. However, as nights wore on and the click persisted, I could no longer deny its existence. It was as if this eerie sound was beckoning me to unravel the mysteries that lay hidden in the shadows of the night. To ensure the authenticity of this phenomenon, I conducted several experiments. I meticulously observed the lamp, waiting for the click to manifest, and lo and behold, it happened consistently, without fail, every single night. The fact that it occurred only once during the course of the evening ruled out any external source of sound interference. This solitary click was an enigmatic symphony that played out exclusively for my ears. Curiosity gnawing at my every thought, I began to question the origins of this ghostly auditory message. Could it be a benevolent spirit reaching out from beyond the veil of the unknown to guide me on a mystical journey? Or is it merely a mischievous phantom, delighting in its ability to taunt and perplex me? I couldn't say for certain. Nevertheless, I already had a brush with the supernatural in the past, solidifying my belief in the existence of otherworldly entities. Yes, dear reader, I have crossed paths with a specter before. I have felt their ethereal presence and even caught a glimpse of their spectral form. The memory of that encounter lingers vividly in my mind, fueling my fascination with the paranormal. Now, as I ponder the significance of this nightly click, another puzzling factor enters into the equation: my feline companions. My cats, these mysterious creatures with eyes that seem to hold the wisdom of the universe, exhibit peculiar behavior in the presence of this enigmatic click. Without fail, they fixate their gaze upon the wall or the ceiling adjacent to my lamp, their unblinking eyes mirroring a profound awareness of something beyond human comprehension. Are they able to perceive what eludes my mortal senses? Do they possess an innate connection to the ethereal realm that I, a mere mortal, lack? In my attempts to decipher the meaning behind this supernatural symphony, I have developed a personal interpretation of this click. Silly as it may sound, I perceive it as a gentle nudge from the ghostly inhabitant of my home, urging me to retire from the night and succumb to the embrace of sleep. It's almost as if this spectral presence, in its own enigmatic way, cares for my well-being and seeks to guide me toward a state of restfulness. So, dear reader, as I prepare to embark on yet another night veiled in mystery, I shall embrace the click as a curious reminder of the enigmatic forces that weave their ethereal threads through the fabric of my existence. It serves as a constant reminder that our reality is not limited to the tangible and the rational. There are realms beyond our comprehension where spirits roam and secrets whisper in the wind. While some may dismiss this phenomenon as figments of an overactive imagination, I find solace in embracing the inexplicable. Each night as the clock approaches the bewitching hour, I anticipate the familiar click with a mix of trepidation and excitement. It has become a ritual, a communion between the mortal and the ethereal. I sit in the dimly lit room, my senses heightened, waiting for that moment when the invisible veil between worlds momentarily lifts. In those fleeting seconds when the click resounds through the silence, I can almost feel a shift in the air. It's as if the boundaries that confine our perceptions blur, and the presence of the supernatural becomes palpable. Shadows dance on the walls, and the flickering light from the lamp takes on a spectral quality, casting eerie shapes and forms. During these ethereal encounters, I've ventured into the depths of my own psyche, searching for answers that lie beyond the realm of logic. I've engaged in introspection, contemplating the nature of existence and the interconnectedness of all things. In the stillness of those nights, I felt a profound connection to something greater than myself, a vast tapestry of consciousness that stretches far beyond the limitations of our mortal coil. As I delve deeper into this enigmatic realm, I cannot help but wonder if the ghostly presence behind the click is the same spirit I encountered before. Is it a familiar face from the other side, reaching out to me once more? Or are there multiple entities, each with its own story to tell and its own purpose to fulfill? The presence of my cats adds another layer of intrigue to this mystifying narrative. Their unwavering gaze and their seemingly heightened perception hint at a deeper understanding of the supernatural forces at play. Perhaps they are guardians, sentinels of the spirit world, entrusted with the task of guiding and protecting me on this journey of discovery. In the depths of the night, as the click reverberates through my being, I am filled with a sense of wonder and awe. It's a reminder that there's so much more to this world than meets the eye, a reminder to approach life with an open mind and an open heart. The click is a gentle prod, urging me to embrace the mysteries that lie beyond the boundaries of what we perceive as reality. So as the clock strikes and the lamp emits its enigmatic click, I welcome the unknown. I invite the spirits to reveal their secrets and guide me through the labyrinth of the supernatural. With each click, I'm reminded that life is a tapestry woven with both the seen and the unseen. And it is in this exploration of the unseen that we truly uncover the depths of our own existence. What was this huge thing that I saw? Allow me to share with you an unsettling encounter that transpired not too long ago, an incident that continues to send shivers down my spine. To provide a proper backdrop, let me emphasize that I reside in a rather secluded region of Germany, characterized by its rustic charm and tranquil surroundings. Throughout my life, I've always maintained an inexplicable affinity towards all things paranormal, but nothing could have prepared me for what unfolded on that fateful day. As I embarked on a leisurely stroll through the picturesque natural landscape, little did I know that I was about to embark on an otherworldly experience. The sun's warm embrace cast a golden hue across the terrain, casting elongated shadows that dance upon the path before me. I reveled in the serenity of my surroundings, immersing myself in the soothing sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves. However, this idyllic setting was abruptly shattered as my gaze fixated upon a peculiar sight, a spectacle that defied comprehension. There before me stood an enormous creature, unlike anything I'd ever encountered before. Its presence was both mesmerizing and terrifying, an amalgamation of beauty and dread. The creature was adorned with 3 rotating rings, each adorned with a myriad of eyes and gazed ominously in every direction. However, what truly captivated me was the colossal eye at its center, a piercing gaze that seemed to penetrate the depths of my soul. To my astonishment, the creature spoke, its voice emanating from an unseen source as if defying the laws of nature. Without a discernible mouth, it uttered a phrase that reverberated through the air, echoing in the recesses of my mind. "Don't be afraid." Though its message was meant to provide reassurance, I found myself paralyzed by fear, unable to muster a single word or action in response. In an attempt to comprehend the creature's enigmatic words, I quickly translated them from the native German into a language familiar to me. "He will come," it proclaimed, its voice infused with an otherworldly resonance that sent shivers cascading down my spine. The implications of its utterance were obscure, leaving me bewildered and unsettled. Time seemed to stand still in that eerie moment of confrontation. My heart pounded within my chest as I grappled the maelstrom of emotions. Fear and awe intertwined with me, waging a battle for dominance over my senses. The creature with its surreal appearance, possessing a haunting allure that captivated me, its mesmerizing form forever etched in the recesses of my memory. As I retreated from the scene, my mind abuzz with questions and trepidation, I couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter held a profound significance. What did the creature's cryptic warning signify? Who was this mysterious he that he spoke of? These unanswered queries would continue to haunt me, serving as a constant reminder of that fateful day when the realms of the supernatural collided with my everyday existence. Thus, dear reader, I recount this tale, forever etching it into the annals of my personal history. The memory of that surreal encounter lingers, an indelible mark upon my consciousness. It serves as a testament to the inexplicable forces that permeate our world, reminding us that there are realms beyond our comprehension, waiting to be discovered, feared, and revered. Two weird stories. Let me tell you about a series of peculiar occurrences that I frequently witnessed during the nighttime. A phenomenon that persisted over the course of what I believe to be several years. It all started with my nocturnal ventures outside, perhaps to secure a door or attend some other task. During these brief moments, a striking sight would manifest before my eyes. An enigmatic shadow entity darting past me. However, this was no ordinary shadow. It emanated a distinct bluish-black hue that stood out starkly against the backdrop of the night. Sometimes it would streak by in a mere blur, while on other occasions it appeared to possess limbs as if it was engaged in a spiritual sprint. This peculiar phenomenon recurred with great frequency, though it never struck me as being particularly terrifying. Rather, it imbued an unsettling feeling within me, albeit sporadically. In the present day, numerous years removed those encounters. I am inclined to believe that it was nothing more than a figment of my imagination. Thus concludes the first tale of my experiences, which I apologize if I failed to instill a sense of nail-biting suspense. Now allow me to recount an entirely inexplicable incident that transpired under rather peculiar circumstances. It transpired during a family vacation to the sun-drenched state of Florida, where we were accompanied by my cousin's family. Our temporary house was nestled on the third floor of a grand hotel, boasting a total of 4 stories. Several days had passed since our arrival, during which we made multiple uneventful journeys in the elevator. However, the perplexing event I'm about to share unfolded on a day when our plans involved a visit to the hotel pool, or some equally delightful pursuit. As my father, brother, cousin, his mother, and I boarded the elevator, everything appeared entirely ordinary. The doors gracefully slid shut, and the elevator commenced its descent. But lo and behold, just as we found ourselves suspended between the second and third floors, an unprecedented occurrence took place. An ear-splitting, otherworldly scream permeated the air, striking our eardrums with unparalleled force. To compound this mystifying nature of this event, the agonizing sound seemed to reverberate not from some distant corner of the hotel, but rather from a location perilously close to our immediate vicinity. It was at this source that the dreadful wail had materialized, either directly above the elevator or inexplicably within its confines. My father and my cousin's mother, seemingly impervious to the disconcerting incident, dismissed it with casual nonchalance. However, my brother, my cousin, and I found ourselves deeply unsettled by this unnerving encounter. Through our initial shock gradually subsiding, the incident lingered in our minds like a haunting melody. Later that day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of golden twilight, my brother, cousin, and I found ourselves once again standing before the very elevator. The decision to ride it again was met with mixed emotions. My brother, understandably shaken by the earlier episode, vowed to abstain from further elevator excursions. However, my cousin and I, curiosity piqued and compelled by the inexplicable allure of the unknown, resolved to brave the journey in the hope of unraveling the enigma that had befallen us. With trepidation crawling at our hearts, we embarked on the elevator once more, ascending and descending, each time inching closer to the epicenter of this uncanny mystery. And then it happened. Somewhere amidst the third and second floors, a peculiar sensation enveloped the elevator, as though an invisible weight had settled upon it and it began to collide with an unseen obstruction. Anxiety gripped us and our thoughts veered towards the unsettling possibility that a person might have become trapped within the confined space of the elevator shaft. The weighty sensation and the jarring impact intensified our concerns, raising the distressing notion that an individual's safety hung precariously in the balance. However, as we disembarked from the elevator, our fears seemed to dissipate momentarily, replaced by a glimmer of hope that the subsequent rides would return to their ordinary nature. Nevertheless, the allure of unraveling this inexplicable occurrence proved irresistible, as if an invisible force compelled us to confront the mysteries that lay shrouded within the seemingly innocuous metal box. Gathering our courage, my cousin and I resolved to embark on yet another venture, a mission fueled by curiosity and the need for closure. With each ascending and descending journey, we found ourselves holding our breath, anticipating another encounter with the bizarre and inexplicable. And indeed, our persistence was met with disconcerting revelations. During subsequent rides, the peculiar heaviness returned, accompanied by disconcerting sensations of the elevator colliding with an unseen obstacle. It was as if an invisible hand grasped the elevator, impeding its smooth passage through the floors. The sense of foreboding only deepened as we grappled with the eerie notion that some supernatural or otherworldly force was at play, manipulating the very fabric of our reality. As our vacation days dwindled and the Florida sun dipped below the horizon, we found ourselves torn between the fascination and the trepidation. The once familiar hotel, now imbued with an aura of mystery, became our haunting playground. We embarked on numerous expeditions, our steps guided by an insatiable desire to unravel the enigma that had gripped our minds. Each ride in this enigmatic elevator brought us closer to the heart of the mystery, but also intensified the unnerving sensations that accompanied it. Our conversations shifted from jovial holiday banter to relentless speculation. Late nights were spent poring over local folklore, urban legends, and tales of supernatural encounters that might offer even a sliver of explanation for the enigmatic events that had unfolded. Our obsession became all-consuming, eclipsing the joy and relaxation that a vacation is supposed to bring. The once-anticipated gateway had transformed into a quest for answers, propelling us further into the realm of the inexplicable. Yet, despite our tireless efforts and fervent inquiries, the truth remained elusive. The elevator, like a silent sentinel, guarded its secrets with steadfast resolve. We questioned hotel staff and consulted experts in paranormal phenomenon, and even scoured the archives of local newspapers, hoping to find a trace of any incident that might shed light on our perplexing experiences. Alas, our pursuit yielded nothing more than frustration and an ever-deepening sense of bewilderment. As the final day of our vacation arrived, we found ourselves standing before the hotel elevator one last time, a mixture of disappointment and resignation in our hearts. The thrill of the unknown had been replaced by a wariness born of relentless pursuit and unanswered questions. With heavy steps and heavy hearts, we entered the elevator, the doors closing with a finality that mirrored our state of mind. And then, as if in one last act of defiance, the elevator jolted, and the familiar weight settled upon us once more, but this time there was something different. Amidst the eerie collision and the inexplicable heaviness, a faint whisper reached our ears. It was a voice, soft and ethereal, resonating with a melancholic tone that sent shivers down our spines. Though the words were indistinguishable, the message conveyed a profound sense of longing and a plea for understanding. In that moment, the realization dawned upon us that we were not mere bystanders in a string of inexplicable events. We were part of a narrative woven by forces beyond our comprehension, entangled in a tale that transcended the boundaries of our understanding. The whispers and eerie encounters were not random occurrences, but manifestations of a hidden realm intersecting with our own. With newfound determination, we vowed to delve deeper into this enigmatic tapestry, to decipher its secrets and find meaning within the chaos. We sought out local historians and paranormal experts and individuals who had experienced similar phenomenon, hoping to piece together the fragments of this perplexing puzzle. Their stories and insights painted a vivid picture of a hotel steeped in history, filled with tales of unexplained happenings and ghostly apparitions. The hotel, it seemed, had a long-standing reputation as a hub for supernatural occurrences. From spectral sightings to inexplicable noises, countless guests had encountered the unexplainable within its walls. Rumors circulated of tragedy that had unfolded many years ago, a secret tragedy obscured by time and silenced by passing generations. It was believed that the spirits of the past still lingered, yearning to communicate, to share their untold stories. Armed with this newfound knowledge, we embarked on a quest to unravel the hotel's haunted history, determined to uncover the truth that lay hidden beneath the surface. We delved into archives, poring over old newspaper clippings, local records, and personal accounts, painstakingly reconstructing the events that had transpired within those very walls. Each piece of information brought us closer to the understanding of this nature of these eerie encounters. As we pieced together the fragments of the past, a narrative emerged. We discovered a tragic incident that had occurred decades ago, a fire that ravaged the hotel, claiming the lives of several guests. Among them was a young man who had perished on the 3rd floor, the exact location where our elevator experiences had been unfolding. It became evident that his restless spirit, trapped in the ethereal realm, sought solace and resolution. Empathy filled our hearts as we connected with the lingering energy of the departed soul. We realized our encounters with the unsettling screams, the inexplicable heaviness, and the whispers were his desperate attempts to communicate his anguish, his yearning for closure. The weight we felt in the elevator symbolized his eternal struggle, caught between realms, forever trapped in liminal space. Armed with this newfound understanding, yet again, we set out to assist the tormented spirit, to offer him the solace and release that he sought. He reached out to paranormal investigators, spiritual mediums, and renowned experts in the field seeking guidance on how to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. Today, we devised a plan to conduct a seance, a sacred ritual to commune with the lingering presence. The night of the seance arrived, and we gathered in the very elevator that had been the stage for our mysterious encounters. Surrounded by flickering candlelight, we opened our hearts and minds, invoking the presence of the departed soul. The air grew charged with anticipation as we listened intently, waiting for a sign, a response from the other side. And then, in a moment that felt suspended in time, the elevator trembled, and a gentle breeze swept through the confined space. The ethereal whispers grew louder, forming coherent words, carrying the sorrow and longing of the tormented spirit. We engaged in a heartfelt dialogue, offering understanding, compassion, and assurance that his story would not be forgotten. As the seance drew to a close, a profound sense of peace enveloped us. We felt a weight lifted, both within the elevator and within our souls. It was as if the restless spirit had found solace, finally able to release its burdens that had bound it to this earthly realm. Our efforts had not been in vain, for we had become conduits of healing, bridging the gap between the living and the dead. In that moment, a profound sense of fulfillment washed over us, reaffirming the interconnectedness of our world and the power of empathy and understanding. The word of our encounter spread through the hotel, captivating the staff and guests alike. People came forward sharing their own encounters with the supernatural, their voices blending into a chorus of validation. The once dismissed whispers and eerie experiences were no longer confined to the realm of imagination, but had become undeniable truths, acknowledged and respected by those who had walked the same haunted halls. Inspired by the newfound unity within the hotel, we initiated a community effort to honor the memory of the departed souls and acknowledge that history had shaped this establishment. A memorial was erected, commemorating the lives lost in the tragic fire. The hotel's management, recognizing the significance of their haunted past, organized guided tours, inviting guests to explore the paranormal phenomenon and embrace the rich tapestry of its ghostly inhabitants. With time, the hotel transformed from a place of mystery and fear into a beacon of intrigue and acceptance. Paranormal enthusiasts, history buffs, and curious travelers flocked to experience the haunting allure that had captured our hearts. The elevator, once a source of trepidation, became a symbol of connection between realms, a tangible reminder of our shared human experiences. Our own lives were also forever changed by the events that unfolded during that fateful vacation. We became advocates for the recognition and understanding of the supernatural, spreading awareness and encouraging empathy toward the unseen. Our encounters with the shadow entity and the tormented spirit became catalysts for a deeper appreciation of the mysteries that surround us, reminding us that there's always more to the world than meets the eye. So as time passed, our memories of that vacation in Florida remained etched in our minds, serving as a reminder of the profound impact our journeys can have on our lives. We carried the lessons learned, the connections made, and the stories shared with us, cherishing them as cherished fragments of a tapestry woven with both light and shadows. And so, dear reader, as I conclude the extraordinary tales of the inexplicable, I invite you to embrace the enigmatic aspects of life, to seek understanding in the unknown, and to approach the world with an open heart and an unyielding curiosity. For it is in these moments, when the boundaries of our reality are tested, that we truly come alive, embracing the beauty and wonder that lie just beyond our comprehension. Flashbacks of unknown places I've never been to. Ever since I was a young child, I've experienced the peculiar phenomenon of sporadic memories surfacing in my mind. These memories are of unfamiliar places, predominantly set outdoors, and curiously enough, I've never actually been to any of them. It's important to note that these occurrences are distinct from déjà vu or any form of hallucination. Instead, they bear a resemblance to recollections from long ago, spontaneously resurfacing with remarkable detail when least expected. Intrigued by these flashes, I occasionally take notes to validate their authenticity. Remarkably, upon revisiting these notes later on, I find that they accurately reflect the memories that had come to mind. In an effort to seek answers, I sought medical examinations, including MRIs and CT scans, to investigate potential causes related to my visual snow and migraines. To my relief, the results showed no sign of physiological abnormalities. As for my mental state, I consider myself an educated individual who rarely experiences stress. I approach life with an easygoing and positive attitude, firmly grounded in logic, and I hold no belief in paranormal phenomenon. Therefore, it seems unlikely that these episodes stem from psychological factors. I have contemplated various rational explanations to make sense of these curious flashbacks, and one hypothesis I entertain is that they may stem from old dreams. Although I lack concrete evidence to support this theory, I have noticed that I can distinguish between memories of old dreams and these inexplicable recollections. For instance, when I dream of being in an unfamiliar house, I am acutely aware of the vivid interiors being merely remnants of a dream. However, the flashbacks I experience occur selectively, and only when I consciously choose to recall them. Another plausible possibility I have is considering that these places I remember might have been visited during my early childhood, given that the scenery in these flashbacks bears a resemblance to the typical landscapes found in Greece, where I have spent a majority of my life. This hypothesis gains some traction. However, what perplexes me is that these places do not align with any known locations. Chronologically, these memories seem to span from the late 1980s to the early 2000s, which coincides with my birth year, 1985. Interestingly, whenever these mysterious recollections come flooding back, an eerie yet pleasant sensation washes over me. There's a subtle otherworldly quality to these experiences, despite their utterly realistic nature. Conversely, when I recall familiar and ordinary memories, regardless of how nostalgic they may be, They feel entirely mundane and devoid of any inexplicable aura. The intricacies of these unexplained flashbacks continue to baffle me. I remain inquisitive and open to exploring potential explanations, yet thus far, I have found no definitive answers. It remains an enduring enigma, a captivating puzzle that adds a touch of the mystique to my otherwise ordinary life. As I traverse the realms of memory, constantly encountering these extraordinary glimpses, I can't help wondering about the mysteries of the human mind and the fascinating depths it holds. Haunted House in Ireland. Back in December in Ireland, I had an intriguing paranormal experience that I'm excited to share. During my vacation, which took place in Dublin for the first half and later in the country of Killarney, I encountered some haunting sights that added a thrill to the trip. Although I didn't sense anything negative from these attractions, there was a place that gave off an eerie vibe. It was a historical country, filled with antique furniture and situated on another family's property. Despite feeling creeped out by the house, I couldn't help but appreciate its stunning architecture and the surrounding picturesque landscape. As our stay neared its end, my mom and I decided to explore a nearby haunted castle and graveyard. Little did we know that this visit would set the stage for unsettling nights. We went to bed, and around 1 or 2 a.m., a sudden and piercing doorbell ring jolted me awake. Filled with fear, I immediately worried that a stranger was lurking outside the house. Moreover, since my mom occasionally got engrossed in her smoking and forgot to lock the door, I wasn't certain if it was secure. So for the next 5 minutes I lay frozen in bed, straining my ears to detect any signs of activity either inside or outside the house. Strangely, there is a complete silence. Eventually I mustered the courage to message my mom about the incident, then cautiously rose from bed, locked my door, and patiently waited for another 20 minutes. With no further disturbances, I decided to check that all the doors and windows were secured before finally feeling safe enough to go back to sleep. Upon waking, I shared the unnerving episode with my mom. She, too, was deeply unsettled, fearing that we were in imminent danger in this secluded place. I attempted to describe the distinct sound of the doorbell to her, but soon realized that its unique resonance, reminiscent of bells resonating from all corners of the house, defied adequate explanation. Curiosity getting the better of us, we stepped outside in search of the phantom doorbell, only to find that there was no doorbell to be found anywhere on the property. Perplexed, I considered the possibility that the sound originated from the neighboring family's house. Testing their doorbell, we discovered it emitted a faint and entirely dissimilar sound. Throughout our investigation, we encountered no one except for this particular collection of Victorian furniture, particularly their dining room table, but never used. Well, that's written confusingly. The following day, after returning late from an invigorating hike, we glanced into their house through a partially windowed wall. To our astonishment, we spotted a mysterious figure sitting in the dimly lit room, positioned on their Victorian couch, with no sign of a television or any other activity. It sent chills down our spines, both of us now thoroughly intrigued by the paranormal. I embarked on an internet search to find stories related to the doorbell phenomenon, but to my surprise, I stumbled upon numerous accounts advising against opening the door as it supposedly invited something ominous inside. Sharing this information with my mom, we retired to bed that night, bracing ourselves for whatever might transpire. Around 3 or 4 a.m., I awoke to the sense of urgency, knowing that it was our final night and I needed to pack for the airport. Descending the stairs to make coffee, I suddenly heard my mom's voice calling out, "Megan, was that you?" Surprised, I responded from the lower level, "No, what do you mean?" Later, my mom recounted her experience, explaining that she had been awoken at that precise hour by loud knocks on her door. Given that I was downstairs and I would have undoubtedly heard such a disturbance, the revelation left us both bewildered. Am I the only one who actually feels bad for lost spirits, or as we call them, ghosts? Ghosts, oh how they always manage to evoke a deep sense of melancholy within me. The more I ponder upon their existence, the more overwhelming the sadness becomes. Ghosts, in their essence, epitomize the profound loss of everything. While our bodies may merely serve as vessels, they are undeniably the most vital possession that we can ever have. If we were to lose even that, we would be left with nothing but emptiness. The thought of succumbing to a painful death, only to find oneself wandering aimlessly within the confines of a desolate and darkened edifice for all eternity, is utterly unimaginable. What's worse is that even when people are present, it becomes an unfathomable task for them to perceive or hear the presence of these ethereal beings. It's a plight capable of driving someone to the brink of insanity, akin to being perpetually trapped within an isolation chamber. In this peculiar state, one is able to observe the world, albeit without the ability to engage with it. If I were to encounter a lost soul trapped in such a predicament, I would gladly welcome them with solace of my abode and make every effort to engage with them whenever the opportunity arose. They deserve this connection and acknowledgement. I firmly believe that we should strive to transform the prevailing culture surrounding the deceased. These spectral entities are not to be feared as terrifying monsters. They're simply individuals whose spirits are unbound, unsure if they even exist anymore. They were once people just like you and me. While malevolence will inevitably reveal itself in due course, the vast majority of these apparitions pose no harm, and thus, we should not be afraid to greet the seemingly vacant air from time to time. I wouldn't wish the plight of being a ghost upon anyone. It is undeniably the epitome of anguish. However, the most distressing aspect of all is the knowledge that one might still see or sense the presence of those they deeply cherish, yet to be forever denied the ability to interact with them. Despite my unwavering belief in reincarnation and the concept of an afterlife, it remains an arduous task to come to terms with the fact that I may never again engage with someone I hold dear in this present existence. The mere thought of this reality is a true hardship that tugs at my heartstrings. Why do some ghosts interact with the people they used to work with as if they were still alive? In the realm of tales involving ghosts, those ethereal beings that interact with the living in various ways, be it negatively, positively, or with neutral disposition, there exist those peculiar stories that defy all expectation. It's challenging to find an adequate description for them, but ultimately what sets them apart is the fact that only one individual is privy to these encounters. Yet, by their vivid descriptions, it becomes abundantly clear that these apparitions were not mere figments of imagination, but physical present entities, leaving no room for the witness to doubt their existence. What makes these accounts particularly intriguing is that these spectral encounters, despite their undeniable peculiarity, always unfold in the most mundane of circumstances. Recently, I came across one such extraordinary incident that left me bewildered. It involved a gentleman who worked the night shift and found himself struggling to move a cumbersome wire spool. In a moment of serendipity, a man dressed in the attire of a fellow co-worker materialized, seemingly out of thin air, and graciously offered his assistance in pushing the unwieldy object while the bewildered worker guided him. As they undertook this peculiar collaborative endeavor, a most ordinary conversation ensued between them. They delved into topics as banal as one could imagine, cracking jokes about political landscapes, including the infamous Donald Trump, discussing the actions of their bosses, and even sharing anecdotes about their respective nights that had unfolded thus far. The entire exchange could be described as a mundane discourse on the happenings of their shared realities. However, the true oddity of the situation manifested when the security footage captured the wire spool moving autonomously, seemingly propelled by an unseen force, while the lone employee responsible for its guidance never made contact with it. Astonishingly, the wire spool obediently responded to the ghostly intervention, as if the invisible helper's ethereal touch was capable of influencing the physical world. This unexplainable phenomenon ceased abruptly, and the worker, filled with gratitude, turned around to express his heartfelt appreciation to the enigmatic figure. Yet, to his astonishment, the apparition had vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but an empty space where he had stood moments before. It is at this juncture that a profound question emerges. If a ghost possesses the conscious ability to manifest itself in such a palpable and corporeal manner, why would it choose to act as if such extraordinary circumstances were entirely ordinary? One might assume that these spectral entities, endowed with a heightened awareness of their existence beyond the earthly realm, would possess an acute understanding of the abnormality of their situation. After all, they would surely discern that their inexplicable presence in the physical world defies the natural laws governing the living. Nevertheless, there is a certain wholesomeness to these encounters, regardless of their enigmatic nature. The very fact that a ghost would willingly and selflessly offer assistance to a hapless worker, engaging in lighthearted conversation reminiscent of ordinary camaraderie, evokes a sense of warmth and comfort. It's as if these unearthly beings, aware of their limited interaction with the living, yearn for a taste of the mundane, relishing in the simple joys of human connection, even if it exists in a realm beyond our comprehension. As I ponder these inexplicable encounters, I'm reminded that the world is vast and boundless and mysterious, holding secrets that surpass our current understanding. The stories of ghosts, ranging from the terrifying to the benevolent, teach us that reality is not always confined to what we perceive with our limited senses. These accounts of these extraordinary apparitions that seamlessly blend into the fabric of everyday life serve as a constant reminder that the boundaries between the tangible and the ethereal are far more complex and fluid than we could ever fathom. They beckon us to question the very nature of existence and challenge the rigid confines of our understanding. In the aftermath of witnessing such an otherworldly encounter, my curiosity knows no bounds. I find myself delving into ancient folklore, seeking answers in the annals of paranormal research, and engaging with individuals who have experienced similar inexplicable phenomenon. It becomes apparent that these outlier stories of ghostly interaction hold a key to unraveling the mysteries of the spiritual realm. As I immerse myself in this captivating pursuit, I stumble upon accounts from diverse cultures and epochs, all sharing a common thread, the coexistence of supernatural within the realm of the ordinary. The stories range from benevolent spirits offering guidance and protection to the mischievous apparitions playing harmless pranks. It becomes increasingly evident that the relationship between the living and the spectral is not confined to a mere dichotomy of fear and terror, but rather a nuanced interplay of emotions, intentions, and connections. Could it be that these seemingly mundane encounters serve a greater purpose beyond our comprehension? Perhaps in their own enigmatic way, these ethereal beings strive to bridge the gap between the realms of the living and the dead. Their choice to manifest in the most ordinary of situations hints at a profound understanding of human nature, a recognition that our daily lives are comprised of seemingly trivial moments that shape the very fabric of our existence. In contemplating the motivations of these ghosts, a glimmer of insight emerges. It is possible that these spectral beings, confined to the intricacies of our reality, long for the warmth of human interaction, the laughter and the camaraderie that's often taken for granted. By assuming the guise of everyday individuals, they strive to assimilate into our lives, if only for a fleeting moment, and experience the simple pleasures of shared experiences. Moreover, these encounters serve as a gentle reminder to us, the living, of the interconnectedness of all things. They prompt us to look beyond the superficial divisions that society imposes and recognize the inherent unity that binds us all. In the presence of these extraordinary apparitions, social barriers crumble, and we are reminded of our shared humanity. Yet, the question remains, why do these ghosts choose to portray themselves as normal, disregarding the peculiarity of their existence? The answer, it seems, lies in their desire to alleviate any discomfort or fear that may arise from their supernatural nature. By appearing as solid and tangible as the living, They seem to create a sense of familiarity and reassurance. They understand that abrupt revelations of their ghostly nature could lead to disbelief, panic, or even harm. Therefore, they adopt a guise that minimizes the shock, allowing for a smoother interaction between their ephemeral world and our own. In the pursuit of unraveling these mysteries, I've come to realize that the nature of ghosts and their interactions with the living may forever elude complete comprehension. Perhaps, in their elusive nature, lies the very essence of their existence, an enigma meant to perpetually challenge our perceptions and expand our understanding of the universe. So, as I continue to explore the depths of these outlier ghost stories, I do so with a newfound appreciation for the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. The ghostly encounters that defy explanation serve as a testament to the boundless possibilities that lie beyond the realm of our senses. They remind us that the tapestry of reality is woven with threads of wonder, and within its intricate patterns, the mundane and the supernatural intertwine, inviting us to embrace the profound mysteries that lie just beyond the veil of our everyday lives. My childhood haunting. When I was a young child, approximately between the ages of 5 and 7, I had recurring experiences where deceased relatives would appear beside me during the night. At that time, my mother, sister, and I resided with my granddad in a traditional Australian Queenslander house. This particular house was quite old, with 2 stories and an above-ground basement on the first floor, where my granddad lived. Almost every night I would encounter a man wearing green overalls and a lady positioned beneath my bed. Although the lady remained completely silent, her presence filled me with terror. The man would often stand near the bookshelf in my room, located right next to the door. He had a pale grayish complexion and would awaken me with his humming. If I remained still or concealed myself beneath the covers, he would continue humming. However, somehow, he would sense if I was looking and would turn to face me. He would then approach my bed, leaning in and attempting to come face to face with me. He did so silently, merely staring at me intently. Frightened beyond measure, I would hastily retreat under the covers or cry out for my mother. The lady emitted a faint light from beneath my bed. Unfortunately, I cannot recall her appearance clearly, as I was usually upside down and in a state of shock whenever I caught a glimpse of her. Although I did manage to glance under the bed a few times to investigate the source of the light, the room's atmosphere felt overwhelmingly watchful whenever I did so. Later on, my mother deduced that the man resembled my granddad's deceased uncle, who had passed away in the same room where these encounters were taking place. When my mother showed pictures of him, I recognized him completely. She reassured me, and perhaps he was there to protect me, and that I needn't worry. However, the presence felt undeniably malevolent to me. Just before we moved away from that house, my mother screamed at these apparitions in the dead of the night, demanding that they leave me alone. I can only imagine what the neighbors might have thought, but it seemed to have worked. Although he returned a few times thereafter, he never approached me again. After we settled into our own place, my granddad's brother moved in to live with him. Years later, he passed away in that very same room. Occasionally, I visit the family house, but I always avoid staying in that room. Merely passing by it fills me with dreadful sensations that I can't shake off. Haunted or paranoid? I'm a 19-year-old with a deep fascination for all things creepy and mysterious, from unsolved mysteries to investigation, true crime, and even the paranormal. I've always been drawn to the unknown. While I consider myself a believer, I've never really experienced anything truly paranormal, except a few instances that made me question my beliefs. One such incident occurred when my bedroom door closed by itself. It happened a few times, but I always brushed it off, attributing it to drafts or some other logical explanation. Then there was the time when I visited a supposedly haunted house in my hometown. I was only 9 or 10, something like that at the time, and I have to admit my imagination was heavily influenced by my mischievous siblings. So when I did see some eerie things in that house, I couldn't help but wonder if it was all in my head. Don't get me wrong, I do believe in the paranormal, but some stories and experiences are simply too far-fetched for me to wholeheartedly believe. Full-bodied apparitions, Ouija boards, ghost radios, they all seemed more like fictional creations than real-life occurrences. I have my doubts, despite my curiosity. Yesterday was just another day for me. Engrossed in my love for all things creepy, I was watching one of my favorite YouTubers, Moist Critical, on my laptop. Whenever I sit down to watch his videos, I create a little fortress in my room. I close the door, shut the windows, and make sure I have enough water and snacks to last me for hours. It's my own personal ritual, and yesterday was one of those marathon sessions. I had been sitting in front of my laptop for at least an hour, completely immersed in watching Moist Critical's reactions to a thrilling cop chase. Nothing creepy, just pure entertainment. Let me set the scene for you. My desk is positioned against a wall on the opposite side of the window. This means that I'm sitting down, my back is facing the window, and on the windowsill, I have an assortment of items, including aromatherapy oil diffusers, my collection of crystals, a Himalayan salt candle holder, and 2 vinyl records by Jeff Buckley. The vinyl records are securely propped up against the wall, and my cat was in my grandmother's room at the time, not in my room. Both the windows and the doors were closed tightly, given the icy weather outside. And then it happened. Out of nowhere, the vinyl records, the essential oil bottles, the candle, and even a few crystals suddenly fell off the windowsill. I jolted from my seat, nearly choking on my own breath, and a surge of fear washed over me. There was no logical explanation for this bizarre occurrence. Nothing could have possibly provoked these items to fall off the windowsill in such coordinated manner. It was as if an unseen force had deliberately knocked them down. At that moment, I felt a chill run down my spine. I quickly scanned my surroundings, desperately searching for any possible explanation. I should mention that there was a radiator directly beneath the windowsill. But it wasn't turned on at the time, or at least not enough to generate the unusual heat waves that might cause movement. Even if it had been on, the most it could have done was swung the blinds slightly, certainly not send objects flying across the room. As I stood there, perplexed and trembling, my mind raced through countless possibilities. Was it a ghost? A poltergeist, perhaps? Or could it be something more sinister lurking in the shadows of my Transylvanian home? Living in Transylvania with its rich folklore and tales of vampires, it's easy to let one's imagination run wild with thoughts of Dracula himself causing the disturbance. The legends and myths surrounding Transylvania have instilled a sense of both excitement and trepidation within me. While I don't truly believe in the existence of vampires, the coincidence of this strange event occurring in such a renowned location added an extra layer of intrigue. Attempting to regain my composure, I cautiously approached the fallen items on the floor. The crystals glistened under the dim light, their vibrant colors casting eerie shadows across the room. I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes were observing my every move. Goosebumps prickled my skin as I gingerly picked up the vinyl records and examined them for any sign of damage. Surprisingly, they seemed to be completely unscathed, as if they had landed on a cushion of air rather than a hardwood floor. Questions raced through my mind, begging for answers. Was this a mere coincidence, or was there something more to it? Could it be that the spirits of those who once inhabited this house were trying to communicate with me? The idea both thrilled and terrified me. Seeking answers, I decided to delve further into the history of the house, and the land that it stood on. Perhaps there were tales of unexplained phenomenon or tragic events that might shed light on this peculiar incident. My research led me down a rabbit hole of ghost stories, eyewitness accounts, and local folklore. I discovered that the house had a dark past, with rumors of unexplained deaths and inexplicable occurrences. Some even claimed that the spirits of the deceased still roamed its halls, forever trapped in liminal space between the living and the dead. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I couldn't help but wonder if the fallen items were a message from beyond the grave. Was there a spirit desperately trying to reach out to me, convey a long-buried secret, or seek solace? The idea fascinated me, fueling my desire to uncover the truth. Embracing my fascination with the paranormal, I decided to embark on my own investigation. I set up cameras and recording devices in my room, hoping to capture any further inexplicable occurrences. I meticulously documented every detail, analyzing each piece of evidence in my quest for answers. The nights were spent in anticipation, eagerly reviewing the footage, listening for whispers in the dark, and scrutinizing every creak and groan of the house. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, but my efforts yielded no substantial evidence. The house remained silent, as if guarding its secrets with an impenetrable shroud of mystery. Doubts started to seep into my mind, questioning the validity of my beliefs and the nature of paranormal stuff itself. Was I merely chasing shadows, clinging to superstitions in the hope of finding something extraordinary? Nevertheless, my passion for the unknown persisted. I continued my exploration of the supernatural, attending haunted tours, participating in seances, and engaging in discussions with fellow enthusiasts. Each encounter, while not providing definitive proof, fueled my curiosity and strengthened my conviction that there was more to this world than meets the eye. As the years went by, my experiences and investigations allowed me to appreciate the subtleties and complexities of the paranormal realm. I learned that there is not always about dramatic apparitions or objects flying across the room, but rather the subtle whispers in the wind, the unexplainable cold spots, and the eerie sensations that send chills down your spine. Today, I still reside in Transylvania, surrounded by the rich tapestry of its supernatural history. While I may never fully understand the incident with the fallen items on that fateful day, it remains a constant reminder that there are forces at work beyond our comprehension. Does anyone know any good prayers? A couple of months ago, I found myself entangled with certain objects that, in hindsight, I should have handled with more caution. Now, let me assure you that I'm not crazy. I do suffer from severe anxiety, which is why I regularly consult with both a therapist and a psychiatrist. However, despite my ongoing mental health struggles, I've never received any diagnosis other than anxiety, although I did experience periods of depression. It all began innocuously enough, with the occasional sighting of fleeting shadows darting across the periphery of my vision. These minor spectacles seemed inconsequential at first, easily dismissed as mere figments of my imagination, but gradually these shadow apparitions grew larger and more persistent. Sometimes they would linger for extended periods without any discernible movement, making me believe that they were part of my everyday reality, until they abruptly vanished. Now let me explain the importance of my sublingual film in my life. You see, I rely on this medication to manage my condition, as failing to take it regularly can plunge me into debilitating withdrawals. To access the contents of the film, I must employ a pair of scissors. Due to my propensity for unconsciously kicking objects off the foot of my bed while sleeping, I make a conscious effort to never leave anything potentially hazardous in that vicinity. Consequently, I always ensure the scissors are nowhere near the foot of my bed. However, one day when I needed the scissors, they were inexplicably absent. I meticulously tore apart my bed, rummaged through every nook and cranny of my room, and meticulously inspected the closet and drawers, desperately searching for the misplaced tool. Frustrated and running out of time, I turned my head to the left, intending to grab my phone and rush to the store to acquire a replacement. And then upon swiveling back toward the bed, there they were, sitting nonchalantly on the very edge from which they had been absent moments before. Astonishingly, the same peculiar incident occurred with a small stuffed animal that I owned. Now I understand that one might attribute these strange occurrences to my deteriorating mental state, and indeed I have considered the possibility that I'm losing my grip. However, I assure you that I meticulously combed through every inch of that room, examining every possible location, including beneath the sheets, and found no trace of the missing items. It could very well be an elaborate trick of the mind, but as the frequency and intensity of these events continue to escalate, I find myself growing increasingly apprehensive about what might transpire next. In light of these perplexing events, I would be immensely grateful if anyone could share prayers or spiritual guidance that might provide solace or aid in this disconcerting situation. The Lady in Black. I'm a trucker, and my brother-in-law and I work as a team, frequently running a route to York, Pennsylvania. One of the roads we often traverse is the Susquehanna Trail, which I mention in case anyone's familiar with the area. On a chilly January morning, around midnight, we had just finished delivering our trailer, and we were ready to hit the road again. As we approached a dip in the road, I noticed a series of houses with long driveways surrounding the area. Little did I know that this mundane stretch of road was about to become the stage for a peculiar encounter. As our headlights pierced through the darkness and illuminated the bottom of the dip, my brother-in-law and I simultaneously caught a glimpse of a woman. She appeared to be elderly, dressed in striking black gown, reminiscent of a Gothic or Victorian-era piece, and to complete her enigmatic appearance, she wore a hat, and her face was partially obscured by a veil or translucent fabric of some kind. Despite the veil, we couldn't discern her facial features, along with her arms and hands. Her head was lowered, but her eyes were fixed upon us. What struck us as eerie was the fact that although her body remained motionless, she managed to turn her face in our direction as we drove past. The entire scene left us bewildered, questioning the nature of this encounter. Could it be possible that this woman suffered from mental illness, compelling her to stand alone on the side of the road in the dead of night? Moreover, what motivated her to endure the bone-chilling temperatures, braving the freezing cold just to be there? These questions echoed in my mind as we continued our journey, leaving behind the mysterious woman in the dark, wintry night. Is the ghost that followed me from my old house considered an attachment? I spent numerous years residing in a haunted house where a plethora of spirits resided. Among them, there was one particular entity that displayed an exceptional fondness towards me. It wasn't until I revisited my old abode and consulted a medium that I discovered that the spirit had tagged along with me, harboring no ill intentions but rather a protective nature. Initially, I tucked this information away in the recesses of my mind, giving it little attention. However, events that transpired just yesterday forced me to confront the reality of the situation. My husband and I found ourselves engaged in a minor disagreement, which seems to be escalating rapidly toward full-blown argument. It's worth noting that such disputes were a rarity with us, occurring only once every 6 months, during which we would unleash our pent-up frustrations accumulated over the preceding half-year. Now let me provide some context. I am of a petite stature, whereas my husband stands at an imposing 6 feet tall, weighing approximately 240 pounds. Endowed with a robust build. As our quarrel intensified, I could feel my anger mounting, and before I knew it, an inexplicable force hurled my husband against the wall with an unimaginable vigor, despite me being nowhere near him. Astonishingly, he became immobilized, gripped firmly in place as if restrained by an unseen hand. In that moment of urgency, I instinctively cried out the name Charlie, the very name the medium had divulged to me. Let him go immediately, I implored, ensuring Charlie understood that this was merely a minor spat between marital partners and that my husband posed no threat to me. Miraculously, my husband was instantaneously released from the invisible hold. Being the perpetual skeptic he was, my husband cautiously proposed that, as a precautionary measure, we confine all of our future discussions to the privacy of our car. Although my husband had not displayed any form of aggression, nor was he close to proximity to me at the time of the incident, he had never resorted to physical violence throughout our 10 years together. This raised a troubling question within me. Had I granted Charlie too much leeway by merely accepting his presence without making an earnest attempt to rid myself of his influence? As an individual seemingly drawn to paranormal encounters, I typically remained unfazed by eerie occurrences. However, this recent incident left an indelible mark on my psyche. It unsettled me deeply, compelling me to engage in heartfelt conversation with Charlie, wherein I firmly emphasized the unacceptable nature of his actions. New Redditor to this sub, but I have a lot of paranormal stories. I grew up in a haunted house and very connected to my spiritual side. The story that still continues to amaze and send shiver down my spines whenever I recollect it involves a peculiar incident with my younger sister, who was merely 4 years old at the time. Now, it's important to bear in mind that she was mostly nonverbal and on the autism spectrum, which made her communication abilities quite limited. You see, my father and I have always had an affinity for seeking out haunted locations, embarking on thrilling journeys to connect with spirits, and upon returning home, delving into extensive research about the places that we had visited. We firmly believed that if one possessed precise knowledge about what they sought, the mind had the power to conjure illusions and play tricks on them. Consequently, we would often revisit these haunted sites armed with newfound insights, attempting to establish contact with specific spirits and entities. One day I stumbled upon a renowned haunted woods, and with great excitement, my father, sister, and I set off on a memorable expedition to this eerie location. It's worth noting that we had absolutely no prior knowledge of the woods, or its haunted history, until we conducted our research after returning home. However, even without any background information, an inexplicable sense of unease surrounded us as we delved deeper into the woods. We couldn't shake off the sensations that were being relentlessly pursued. We couldn't shake off the sensation that we were being relentlessly pursued by an unseen presence. After tirelessly exploring for about an hour, we arrived at a peculiar clearing devoid of trees, emanating an overwhelming sense of discomfort. It was then that something utterly bewildering occurred. My little sister's face turned as pale as a ghost, and she erupted into uncontrollable tears, completely overwhelmed by an indescribable fear. Realizing that it was best to conclude our expedition for the day, we hurriedly made our way back to the car, hoping to console and provide a sense of security. Concerned for her well-being, I sat in the back seat of the car, right beside my sister, determined to keep her company during the drive home. So as we embarked on the journey back, my sister turned towards me, her eyes filled with an uncanny intensity, and she uttered the words that sent shivers down my spine. "The men in red told me to stop following them. I'm going to turn in now," she said, her voice carrying an otherworldly quality. The strangest part was that she rarely spoke in full sentences, limited mostly to simple phrases such as drink or cuddle. Therefore, her articulate and seemingly prophetic statement caught us completely off guard, leaving us with an overwhelming sense of unease and bewilderment. Upon conducting extensive research in the days that followed, we uncovered a horrifying truth about the very woods we had ventured into. It turns out that several hundred years ago, the exact clearing where my sister had cried so uncontrollably had served as a site for satanic rituals involving heinous human sacrifices. The individuals involved in these abhorrent practices would don red attire, concealing stains of blood as they departed the sinister scene. The chilling correlation between my sister's distress and the historical events that took place in that very location was too eerie to dismiss. Needless to say, we never returned to those haunted woods again, ensuring my sister would never have to face such distressing encounters in the future. The incident remains etched in my memory as a testament to the inexplicable and eerie forces that permeate the realms beyond our comprehension, forever reminding me of the mysterious and unexplainable depths of the supernatural world that we inhabit. The haunted house near me. People don't scream like that for no reason. I'd witnessed the sheer terror etched on my friend's face, and it was a sight that I couldn't easily dismiss. The incident left me shaken to the core, questioning the true nature of the malevolent force that resided within that accursed house. From that point onward, I vowed to never venture past that haunted dwelling after nightfall. Broad daylight became my sole refuge, the only time I felt safe to pass by its eerie facade. Time pressed on, and years slipped away like grains of sand through an hourglass, yet the echoes of the inexplicable events continued to reverberate within my mind. One fateful day, as fate would have it, found myself in the company of the same courageous friend who had shared my harrowing experiences. We strolled leisurely, immersed in the warmth of the sun's embrace, unaware of the imminent revelation that awaited us. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a colossal insect materialized before our eyes, its wings fluttering in erratic patterns. Startled, I emitted a startled cry, a mixture of surprise and residual anxiety. My friend turned to me, her eyes widening with alarm, and with tremor in her voice, she uttered words that sent chills coursing through my veins. "Oh God, what happened? Have you seen the old woman too?" I froze, the blood draining from my face, and the words struck a disconcerting chord within me. The old woman? What old woman? I managed to stammer, my mind racing to connect the fragmented pieces of this haunting puzzle. My companion hesitated for a moment, as if grappling with the weight of her own memories. Then, with a resigned sigh, she merely replied, "It was nothing, just a passing thought." But I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of fear that mirrored my own. There was more to this cryptic statement, a hidden truth that she chose to shield from me. The pieces began to align, forming a terrific mosaic. The spectral voice of gratitude, the foreboding darkness that consumed the street, the unexplained phenomenon that had shaken us to our very core, everything pointed towards the presence of an enigmatic old woman, lurking within the confines of that ominous house. Over the span of a decade, and then some, my encounters with the inexplicable remained intertwined with that haunting abode. And it wasn't just my friend and I who fell prey to its sinister allure. Other acquaintances, neighbors, and unsuspecting visitors also shared their own tales of unsettling experiences. It became abundantly clear that the malevolence that permeated that place was growing stronger with each passing year, as if feeding off the fear, that apprehension that it was evoking. With a heavy heart, I came to the realization that this was a battle I couldn't fight alone. The time for amateur sleuthing and amateurishly dismissing the inexplicable had passed. It was evident that a professional, someone well-versed in the realm of the supernatural, was needed to confront the malevolent force dwelling within those haunted walls. We made the decision to move away, seeking solace in a new environment far removed from the clutches of that house's haunting legacy. Still, the memories lingered, and I couldn't help but wonder about the fate of those who had come after us. Would they too succumb to the same inexplicable occurrences, forever entwined in a web of fear and uncertainty? As the years wore on, my hope for a resolution remained steadfast. Perhaps one day, that house would receive the cleansing it so desperately needed, a ritual of purification to release the tormented souls that it held captive. Until then, the dark secrets and chilling encounters would remain etched in my memory, an indelible mark of the supernatural realm that encroached upon our lives. Time had not diminished the unnerving power that emanated from that house, nor had it erased the lingering questions that haunted my thoughts. Years have passed since that fateful cleansing, and the house has now become a symbol of hope, a testament to the human spirit's ability to confront and overcome the supernatural. It stands as a beacon of resilience, reminding us that even in the face of inexplicable phenomenon, there's always a glimmer of light that can pierce through the darkest of shadows. While the memories of my encounters with the paranormal will be forever etched in my mind, I take solace in knowing that we were able to bring closure to the restless spirits and grant peace to the house that held us captive for so long. The tales of the haunted house had become a reminder that sometimes, facing our deepest fears and embracing the unknown is the only way to free ourselves from the clutches of darkness. And so, I continue to walk forward, forever grateful for the lessons learned and the bonds forged in the crucible of the supernatural. Story number 1. Has anyone encountered a gnome or leprechaun-type being? So let me share this fascinating story with you. I happen to have this friend of mine who used to be employed in the field of security, and it was during one of his night shifts when something rather intriguing occurred. Picture this. He was on his regular patrol, dutying around the building that had parking spaces beneath it, but mind you, it wasn't an underground facility. Imagine a structure elevated on stilts with an open parking area underneath it. Are you following along? As he was diligently making his rounds, something caught his attention. To his surprise, there was no cars parked except for his trusty patrol vehicle. However, he thought he spotted a figure lurking about. Intrigued and perhaps slightly apprehensive, he swiftly directed his flashlight toward the source of his curiosity, revealing a peculiar sight. It was someone or something dressed entirely in vivid green, peeking from behind one of the sturdy pillars. Yes, it was human in appearance, roughly resembling the size of a typical 12-year-old child. In that brief moment, my friend couldn't help but sense an air of mischievousness emanating from this mysterious being. It seemed as though it was playing an elaborate game of hide-and-seek, expertly concealed behind the pillar. Yet, as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished before my friend's astonished gaze. Now here's the perplexing part. There was truly nowhere else for this enigmatic figure to conceal itself, and it certainly shouldn't have been able to depart from the open area without being detected or producing any sound. Now picture the time. My friend experienced this bewildering incident in the dark hours of the night between 2 and 3 a.m. Since then, he has never discarded the notion that perhaps it was a mischievous child, or an individual attempting to engage him in a peculiar prank. Nevertheless, despite contemplating these possibilities, he remains utterly perplexed about the manner in which this peculiar entity vanished into thin air. It truly boggles the mind. Therefore, my curiosity is piqued, and I would be absolutely thrilled to hear if any of you delightful individuals have had the pleasure of encountering a similar inexplicable occurrence. Please do share your experiences if you have any to contribute to this captivating discussion. Story number 2. Strange findings with pictures. As I step out of my house, a sense of anticipation fills the air. The familiar routine of taking my beloved dog for a walk in the nearby park is about to commence. This park, nestled inconspicuously behind a colossal sporting goods store, remains relatively unknown to most people. Its obscure location has rendered it virtually empty, making it the perfect haven for me and my energetic canine companion. With a leash in hand and my dog eagerly wagging her tail, we embark on an expedition toward the park. As we approach, the tranquil pond at the park's heart comes into view, casting a serene ambiance over the surroundings. It's a sight that never fails to captivate me. The gentle ripples on the water's surface create a symphony of tranquility that resonates deep within me. Releasing my dog from her leash, she darts away with unbridled enthusiasm. I watch with delight as she frolics and bounds through the grassy expanse, her joyful barks echoing through the stillness. Meanwhile, I take the opportunity to meander leisurely around the circumference of the pond, relishing the harmonious blend of nature's melodies and my dog's exuberant playfulness. On this particular day, however, a twist of fate leads me to a revelation that would forever alter my perception of this serene oasis. As we make our way to the far side of the pond, my eyes catch a glimpse of my furry companion racing down a footpath concealed within the dense trees and bushes. Intrigued by this unfamiliar sight, I called out her name, hoping to beckon her back. To my surprise, she momentarily emerges from the foliage only to swiftly retreat back into its mysterious depths. Curiosity getting the better of me, I decide to follow her. Venturing down the footpath, the canopy of trees above cast a dappled shade upon the forest floor. The rustling of leaves underfoot creates a soothing cadence, heightening the sense of adventure that now courses through my veins. As I push deeper into the heart of the grove, the landscape begins to unfold before me, revealing a hidden sanctuary crafted by imaginative hands. It appears as though a group of children had assembled a whimsical fort amidst nature's embrace. A board, serving as a makeshift bench, rests upon a stump, while reeds from the adjacent pond have been artfully woven through the bushes and form a rudimentary wall. It's a charming discovery, enchanting in its simplicity. However, the allure of this newfound enchantment quickly dissipates when my gaze falls upon a macabre spectacle suspended from the tree at the center of the clearing. Bones, small and delicate, dangle ominously, swaying gently in the breeze. Among them, the skull of a diminutive canine stares back at me, its empty eye socket serving as a chilling testament to some unknown fate. A shiver courses down my spine as a foreboding realization takes hold. To compound the unease, my canine companion exhibits an unusual fascination with the concealed trash bag nestled amidst the undergrowth. Cautiously, I approach to investigate its contents, my heart pounding with apprehension. Peering inside, my eyes widen at the unexpected sight that greets me. The bag harbors several rolls of what appears to be surgical tubing. A disconcerting sense of foreboding washes over me, as though the veil of innocence surrounding this hidden sanctuary had been abruptly lifted. In that moment, an overwhelming instinct prompts me to secure my dog back on her leash. Fear gnaws at the edges of my consciousness, urging me to retreat from this eerie realm that now feels tainted by an unknown darkness. With haste, I capture photographic evidence of the disconcerting discoveries before hastily making my escape. The sense of urgency propels me out of the clandestine grove and back onto the familiar path leading out of the park. Days pass, and the haunting memory of that unsettling encounter lingers within me. Determined to unravel the mystery, I muster the courage to return to the park, hoping to find some answers. As I approach the entrance, a mix of trepidation and curiosity tugs at my heartstrings. What will I discover this time? Will the remnants of that eerie sanctuary still linger, or will the park have undergone a transformation to erase any trace of its existence? As I step foot into the park, my eyes widen in astonishment. The once lush trees that adorn the footpath have been uprooted and removed, leaving behind a barren landscape. The absence of the grove feels like a void, as if nature itself has attempted to erase the remnants of its dark secret. The City Park Service must have deemed it necessary to intervene, perhaps oblivious to the sinister undercurrents that had taken root. Undeterred, I ventured deeper into the park, my gaze darting across the surroundings, searching for any remnants of the secret grove. However, it became evident that nature's intervention had been thorough, leaving no trace of the fort or the chilling bones that had sent shivers down my spine. The park now appears unblemished, its tranquility restored, deceiving any casual observer into believing that nothing untoward had ever transpired within its borders. Yet the unease that had settled within me refuses to dissipate. I am not alone in my misgivings. Whispers of sinister occurrences and inexplicable phenomena begin to circulate through the grapevine of town. It seems that the appearance of satanic graffiti, once confined to the outskirts of our community, has crept closer, manifesting in alarming proximity to the park. The newfound darkness casts an ominous shadow over the town, leaving its residents unsettled and wary. Unable to dismiss the unsettling connection between the graffiti and the disturbing discoveries within the grove, my apprehension deepens. The inexplicable events and the emergence of these malevolent symbols instill a sense of caution within me, urging me to exercise vigilance and avoid the once beloved park. Now, whenever I pass the entrance to that secluded sanctuary, an inexplicable chill runs down my spine. The park, once a cherished escape, now holds an air of foreboding, its innocence forever tainted. The hidden grove, with its twisted remnants and its disturbing secrets, serves as a haunting reminder of the darker forces that lurk beneath the surface of our seemingly idyllic surroundings. In the face of this newfound unease, I find solace in alternative routes and different locales for my dog's daily exercise. The small park, once a sanctuary of joy and serenity, had been forever transformed in my mind. The echoes of that fateful day continue to reverberate within me, a reminder that not everything is as it seems, and that line between innocence and malevolence can be disturbingly thin. As time passes, the town grapples with the growing presence of satanic imagery, each sighting amplifying the unease that permeates our lives. The once peaceful streets now carry an air of caution, and conversations are tinged with a collective anxiety. The mysterious grove and its hidden horrors have become a cautionary tale, a symbol of the darkness that encroaches upon our community. Though the park and its secrets remain shrouded in ambiguity, I'm left with an indelible impression of the inexplicable and the sinister. The experience has forever changed my perceptions of the world around me, reminding me that within the facade of tranquility lies the potential for darkness. It serves as a somber reminder that we must remain vigilant and attentive to the signs that may hint at the presence of malevolent forces lurking in the shadows. In an effort to bring awareness to the unsettling discoveries I made, I reach out to local authorities sharing the photographs I had captured during my hasty retreat from the hidden grove. They express concern and assure me that they will investigate the matter thoroughly. Together we hope to shed light on the enigmatic occurrence that plagued our town, to expose the truth behind the satanic graffiti and the disturbing remnants found within the secret grove. Meanwhile, the community rallies together, forming neighborhood watch groups and organizing informational sessions on personal safety. The once dormant sense of unity is rekindled as we strive to protect our loved ones and preserve the harmony that had once defined our town. We become more vigilant, reporting any suspicious activities or signs of dark symbolism to the authorities. As the investigation progresses, rumors circulate, fueling our collective anxiety. Speculations of cults and hidden rituals run rampant, perpetuating a sense of paranoia among the townsfolk. The eerie silence that now envelops the park serves as a constant reminder of the enigma that remains unsolved, leaving us on edge. While the true nature of the hidden grove may forever elude us, its impact on our lives is undeniable. It has reshaped our perception of safety, reminding us that evil can hide in plain sight. Our once blissful ignorance has been shattered, replaced by a cautious awareness of the hidden depths that may exist within our seemingly ordinary surroundings. In the midst of this uncertainty, I find solace in the unwavering loyalty and companionship of my dog. She, too, has been affected by the events that unfolded in the park. Her once carefree demeanor now carries a twinge of wariness, a reminder that animals possess an instinctual awareness of danger that we sometimes overlook. Together we explore new paths, seeking solace in every different corner of our town. The once beloved park, now tinged with the air of mystery and foreboding, fades into the background of our lives. Its significance wanes as we adapt to the evolving circumstances, knowing that our safety and peace of mind lie remaining vigilant and connected to our community. As time passes, the memories of that eerie encounter in the hidden grove begin to recede, gradually replaced by new experiences and new challenges. Our town continues to grapple with the remnants of darkness, yet we persevere, determined to restore a sense of security and reclaim the tranquility that was once synonymous with our community. The park with its pond and overgrown footpaths become a distant memory relegated to the annals of our personal histories. We forge ahead, acknowledging the fragility of innocence and the need to confront the shadows that threaten to engulf us. As we navigate the complexities of life, we carry the lessons learned from the chilling journey in the park, forever vigilant, forever aware of the potential darkness that lurks just beyond the surface of our everyday lives. Story number 3, Jail Ghosts. Number 2, Face in the Window. I've got a captivating tale to share with you all, my fellow listeners. You see, I happen to work at this county jail, a place filled with intriguing stories and peculiar occurrences. Now let me take you back to one particular night, where the events I experienced unfolded in a rather mysterious and unsettling manner. It was around the unholy hours of the night, somewhere between 3:30 and 4 a.m. At that precise moment, I received a call beckoning me to hurry to a specific cell block. The purpose of my presence there was to retrieve a fellow officer for a short while, as he had to attend a phone call or attend some other pressing matter in the office. Obligingly, I made my way to the designated cell block, ready to assume my temporary responsibilities. Upon arriving at the cell block, my fellow officer thanked me and assured me that he would return before the time came for the mandatory checks to be conducted. With that, he left, leaving me to carry out my duties alone. Now here's where the atmosphere took an eerie and perplexing aura. You see, all the cells in this unit were arranged in such a way that they faced the central desk, allowing the incarcerated individuals within to gaze out through small windows. As I took my seat at the desk, awaiting the return of my comrade, I idly twiddled my thumbs to pass the time, but then out of the blue, I heard a distinct tapping sound emanating from one of the cells. It immediately grabbed my attention, compelling me to scan the surroundings in an attempt to ascertain the source of this peculiar noise. To my surprise, the tapping persisted, and amidst the rhythmic beats, a voice emerged, uttering the phrase, 17 House. Curiosity piqued, I directed my gaze toward cell 17, which resided in the corner of the block, and there, standing within the narrow window, was an inmate, relentlessly tapping on his wrist, as if anxiously inquiring about the current time. Without hesitation, I responded by raising my hand, showcasing the number of fingers corresponding to the hour. The inmate nodded appreciatively before retreating into the shadows, disappearing from view. A few more minutes lapsed, and yet the absent officer had not returned. Consulting his log, I realized that he was long overdue for conducting a routine check. Concerned for the safety and well-being of the incarcerated individuals, I decided to take matters into my own hands. Rising from my seat, I embarked on a thorough inspection of the cell block, diligently peering through the small windows of each cell door. My intent was to ensure that all the inmates were secure and that nothing seemed amiss. As I made my way to cell number 17, the very same cell from which the inmate had sought the time, I aimed my flashlight into the dimly lit enclosure. What I discovered within left me utterly dumbfounded and perturbed. The cell was utterly vacant, devoid of any signs of habitation. No inmate stood there. No bedding or personal effects adorned the space. It was an eerie void. Perplexed, I double-checked the number, confirming that it was indeed cell 17, as I had initially believed. Satisfied with my inspection, I completed the remaining checks and returned to the central desk, laden with a sense of unease. Seated once again, my mind filled with questions and curiosity, I decided to consult the cell log, a record that documented the allocation of inmates in each cell, and what I discovered within its pages sent a chill down my spine. According to the log, cell 17 had been unoccupied for approximately 2 weeks, out of service due to a malfunctioning toilet. Yet there I was, standing at the desk, my thoughts consumed by the inexplicable events that had unfolded before me. The realization that the inmate had seemingly appeared in a cell that had been unoccupied for weeks sent shivers down my spine. It was as if I had witnessed a ghostly apparition, defying all rational explanation. Unable to contain my growing unease, I knew I had to share my bewildering encounter with the returning officer. As soon as he arrived, I recounted every detail, hoping that he might provide some insight or offer a logical explanation for what I had experienced. To my surprise, he too was taken aback by the peculiar nature of the situation. With a furrowed brow, the officer informed me that cell 17 had been deemed unfit for habitation due to the broken toilet. As a result, it had remained unoccupied for the past couple of weeks. The mere presence of an inmate in that cell seemed implausible, if not impossible. We both found ourselves grappling with this enigma, struggling to comprehend how this inexplicable occurrence had transpired. Determined to seek further evidence and perhaps shed some light on mysterious events, I decided to consult the surveillance system. The jail had a network of cameras strategically positioned throughout the facility, including one that overlooked the area encompassing cell 17. Making my way to the sergeant's office, I requested his assistance in retrieving the footage related to the incident. The sergeant, intrigued by my unusual circumstances, swiftly obliged my request, and together we delved into the footage, eagerly anticipating the moment when the tapping and the voice saying 17 House would be captured on screen. As we watched the recording, my heart pounded with anticipation, hoping that the video would provide some semblance of clarity. To our astonishment, the video depicted an accurate representation of the events that had transcribed. There I was, sitting at the desk, twiddling my thumbs, just as I remembered. The tapping noise reverberated through the speakers, and the inmate's voice echoed through the cell block, uttering those haunting words. However, as we scrutinized the footage closely, we were met with an eerie realization. No face appeared in the window. It was as if the inmate's presence has been reduced to a disembodied voice, defying the laws of logic and reason. Our search for answers only deepened the mystery, leaving us with more questions than before. How could a non-existent inmate engage in such a bizarre interaction with me? What supernatural force could have orchestrated this perplexing charade? Rumors and whispers of paranormal phenomena had occasionally circulated within the jail's confines, but nothing as concrete and bewildering as what I had experienced. I couldn't help but wonder if this was an isolated incident, or if other staff members or inmates had encountered similar inexplicable encounters within these walls. Word of my encounter spread among my colleagues, prompting hushed conversations during breaks and shared tales of their own unsettling experiences. Some had witnessed unexplained shadows flitting across the walls, while others swore they had heard whispers echoing through the corridors when no one was around. The jail, it seemed, harbored its own secrets, hidden within its austere walls. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the enigma surrounding Cell 17 remained unsolved. The incident faded into the annals of the jail's history, a haunting reminder that even with the confines of the seemingly mundane, the inexplicable and the supernatural could intertwine. To this day I reflect upon the bewildering night, pondering the nature of reality and the existence of forces beyond our comprehension. The memory of that ghostly encounter continues to haunt me, serving as a constant reminder that sometimes in the depths of the unknown, the explicable can reveal itself, defying our limited understanding of the world. It serves as a stark reminder that there are realms beyond our grasp, where the boundaries of logic and reason blur and the supernatural dances with the mundane. Over time, I became increasingly fascinated by the hidden mysteries of the jail. I delved into books and articles seeking accounts of otherworldly encounters within the correctional facilities. To my surprise, I stumbled upon a collection of stories shared by both inmates and staff members from various prisons across the world. These tales painted a tapestry of unexplained phenomenon, showcasing a parallel reality that coexisted within the walls of these institutions. In one account, an inmate claimed to have seen spectral figures wandering the corridors late at night, their ethereal presence casting an eerie glow. Another narrative spoke of inexplicable temperature drops, with cells turning icy cold, despite the absence of any logical explanation. Reading all these theories, I realized that my experience was not an isolated incident. Others had faced similar encounters with the inexplicable, grappling with their own versions of the unexplained phenomena. The jail, it seemed, held a veil between the tangible and the intangible, a threshold where the paranormal intersected with the mundane routines of prison life. Emboldened by these shared experiences, I embarked on a quest to uncover the secrets of the jail. I sought out seasoned officers who had patrolled its corridors for years, hoping they would shed light on the hidden whispers and inexplicable occurrences that permeated the facility. Their accounts, filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation, unveiled a hidden world teeming with unexplained events. One veteran officer recounted an incident where he had witnessed doors swinging open and closing by unseen hands, accompanied by a chilling breeze that seemed to carry whispers from beyond. Another guard described a palpable sense of unease and a feeling of being watched, particularly in certain cell blocks notorious for their turbulent history. The more I delved into these encounters, the clearer it became that the jail possessed a unique energy, an ethereal presence that defied conventional understanding. It was as if the very fabric of the building absorbed the emotions, memories, and energy of those who had passed through its gates, creating a complex tapestry of spiritual residue. In my pursuit for answers, I connected with paranormal investigators and researchers specializing in haunted locations. Together, we organized investigations within the jail, armed with sophisticated equipment designed to capture evidence of the otherworldly. Throughout these explorations, we recorded unexplained footsteps echoing through empty corridors, disembodied voices whispering chilling messages, and even instances of poltergeist activity. The culmination of these efforts led to a shift in perception within the jail. What was once whispered in hushed tones among staff members now became an open conversation. Inmates began sharing their own encounters, providing additional layers of insight into the mysteries that lurked within the confines of their cells. These shared experiences fostered a sense of camaraderie among the incarcerated, the staff, and the researchers. Together, we embraced the inexplicable, seeking to understand the uncharted territories of the supernatural that intertwined with the everyday reality of the jail. In retrospect, my encounter in Cell 17 served as a catalyst, igniting a journey of exploration and understanding. It taught me to embrace the enigmatic nature of the universe, recognizing that even in the most mundane of places, the extraordinary can unfold. Story number 4. This might be dumb, but I'm unnaturally attached to a doll I've had for about 7 years. About 7 years ago, or perhaps even longer, forgive me, my memory and sense of time tend to be quite unreliable, an extraordinary event took place in my life. I was bestowed with a remarkable gift, a stuffed doll of Link, the iconic hero from the Legend of Zelda video game. Now, I must confess I've never been one to develop strong emotional attachments to inanimate objects like dolls or toys. Admittedly, there were a few cherished possessions to which I am somewhat attached, but nothing quite compares to the bond I formed with this particular doll. At the time, my family and I resided in a double-wide trailer situated on our very own property. Financially, we were relatively comfortable back then, a situation that unfortunately changed since. Nevertheless, I digress. The property upon which the humble abode stood held a haunting history. A former house had once occupied the land before succumbing to the devastation of fire, claiming the lives of several unfortunate family members. It was whispered among the locals that the property may be haunted, and as it turns out, both my mother and I had experienced inexplicable phenomenon that could only be ascribed to the paranormal. When I first received the Link doll, I cannot say that I harbored any profound attachment towards it. I was undeniably thrilled to possess a doll representing one of my beloved, video game franchise members, but beyond that initial excitement, my sentiments were rather lukewarm. However, as time elapsed, an extraordinary metamorphosis transpired within me, and my connection with the doll grew increasingly potent. On occasion, I wouldn't inadvertently leave it in my room while attending school, only to return and find that my diligent mother had tidied up the space. Strangely, she held an aversion towards the doll, recounting instances where she would be engrossed in cleaning only to momentarily step away, and upon her return, discover the doll had inexplicably shifted its position, despite her being the sole occupant of the room. Even my sister-in-law, during her occasional visits, attested to similar inexplicable occurrences. Gradually, the doll became an inseparable companion to me, accompanying me wherever I ventured. Unbeknownst to me, I would instinctively clutch it whenever leaving the house, and this ritual endured for an extended duration, during which the doll seemed to emanate an aura beyond inanimacy. Whenever it was near, an uncanny sensation of being observed enveloped me, although far from pleasant. It was as though a benevolent presence, hovering in its proximity, safeguarding and witnessing my every move. Approximately 4 years ago, our circumstances forced us to relocate to a diminutive one-bedroom apartment, a space compared to the size of the average kitchen within a modest home. It was within this cramped house that the doll inexplicably vanished from my possession, defying all logic in the process. Given the spatial constraints, I scoured every nook and cranny in search of my beloved companion, yet it eluded my desperate pursuit. Then, a mere 2 days ago, a miraculous event unfolded. My mother approached me, triumphantly presenting the long-lost doll that she had discovered beneath my bed. This revelation left me dumbfounded, as I frequently rummaged beneath my bed in search of items such as journals or even my cherished Pokemon cards. It may strike you as odd considering my age of 24, but I still derive immense pleasure from indulging in the nostalgia of Pokemon and the like. The sheer relief and unbridled joy that overwhelmed me upon being reunited with the doll were utterly disproportionate to the emotions I'd ever experienced toward any other possession in my life, be they expensive electronics or treasured childhood toys. There was something inherently special about this doll, something that transcended the realm of material value. Its reappearance into my life brought about an immense sense of solace and contentment that I'd never felt before. It was around a year ago when I finally secured my first stable job, an achievement that had proved elusive due to the challenges posed by my mental disabilities. The timing of the doll's return couldn't have been more fortuitous, as I promptly reintegrated it into my daily routine, carrying it with me wherever I went, including my workplace. Fortunately, I was blessed with the understanding and support of coworkers and a compassionate boss who were well aware of the significance this doll held in my life. I had shared with them the tale of its disappearance and my ongoing search, and they had accompanied me on this emotional roller coaster in the process. Oddly enough, despite the passage of 2 years, each day brought with it a flicker of hope that the doll would serendipitously reappear, and my thoughts often drifted back to it. In truth, I possess a myriad of stuffed animals and toys from my childhood, some of which I hold dear and I've cherished since infancy. However, the attachment I feel towards this particular doll defies all rationality. Since its return, that familiar sensation of being watched has resurfaced, but it is no longer disconcerting. On the contrary, it is a comforting presence, a reassurance that I'm never truly alone, even in the mundane moments of daily life. As I embark on my daily commute, the doll nestled securely in my embrace, I can't help but reflect upon the inexplicable nature of our bond. Its soft fabric, the touch of its felt hat, and the embroidered Triforce symbol on its tunic evoke a profound sense of nostalgia and companionship. It serves as a constant reminder of the enduring magic that can be found within the simplest of objects. So, with this beloved doll by my side, I traverse the realms of both the mundane and the extraordinary, secure in the knowledge that I am not alone. Together we embark on one countless adventure, bridging the gap between reality and imagination, reminding me that sometimes the most extraordinary experiences can be found in the simplest of companions. Story number 5. Ask Reddit 1. This one is a bit more tame, and it happened outside of the res, but still way in the country. We were renting a house out in the BFE, and our nearest neighbor was a good quarter-mile down the road. My father is a city paramedic, so he's frequently out of the house. His commute to the major cities is about an hour and a half, but it was cheaper to live out here, and I'd sometimes go 2 days without seeing him. And it was only him and I living in that house due to our parents' divorce. The property had a completely separate garage that was basically an unfinished apartment. It had a bathroom, a table, a fridge, a couch, a TV, a microwave, a toaster oven, air conditioning, etc. Our house only had one bathroom, and to put it politely, it would stink when anybody used it, because somehow the scent would diffuse through the entire house. It was pretty much... Okay, you spelled something wrong. It was pretty much tradition to use the garage restroom and save everybody their noses. Well, that day was a Sunday, and my father had let me know that he was on his way home. Nature called, and I went to the bathroom in the garage. The door was closed, but it was silent due to the fact that we lived in the country. There's not much noise to go around there. Anyways, I was using the restroom when I heard the front door to the garage open, not the huge wall door, just the person-sized one, and I heard cowboy boots walking across bare concrete. That is a very distinct sound, and my dad always changed into his boots on the way home. The boots walked up to my door, and I very clearly heard my dad's voice exactly as he would intonate the words and all, and he said, "Hey, you in there?" I said, "Yeah, I'm just using the bathroom. I'll be out in a second." He said, "Okay, just checking." Cowboy boots walk out, door closes, and I finish up and leave. No one was home, no tire tracks outside in the gravel, no footprints in the white chalk hallway, nothing. My dad was still driving home, in fact, and there was no radio on, no TV, and nothing but me and my thoughts. This occurred a second time, but it was much worse. Same situation, except this time my father had left to go to work. I was using the restroom and I heard the door slam open and hit the wall. Stopping up to the closed door, and I heard, "Hey, what are you doing in there?" Again, exactly as my father would have said it, I replied, "I'm just using the bathroom." I then heard nothing but something heavy flying and hitting a wall. I stayed in that bathroom for about an hour before I couldn't handle the heat. The bathroom was an addition with no AC, and the only way to get cool air was keeping the door open so the main room's AC could creep in. Until I finally creeped out and looked around. Front door was open, and there was a dent in the wall where the handle hit. There was a heavy pipe wrench that was on my father's top shelf sitting on the floor clear across the room. Another dent in the wall where it hit. I said a prayer and kept my eyes down and went back into the house. I have more, but those were my more tame ones. I'm frequently made fun of because of a lot of people assuming that I make these up for attention, but the fact of the matter is, I experienced something I can't explain and I need to share it. I don't know why this stuff happens predominantly to my native family. One person experienced this would be an anecdote, but every member of my family has stories like it, and we're all excessively logical, evidence-driven individuals, you could say. I may not be Christian, but I'm also not an atheist. I have enough evidence to conclude that there's things beyond my knowledge, and I'm unsure if I should pursue learning more about them. Ask Reddit 2, story number 6. This occurred at the same place with the disembodied garage voices. My father and I are accomplished hunters. We do the old school endurance hunting with a knife, so we're frequently running around forests and chasing down animals to stab in the heart and would carry back to eat. All this time in the woods made us very accustomed to the various sounds one would hear out there, and after a bit of time spent out there, you begin to be able to identify all of it, and it becomes more familiar and less scary. But that doesn't mean the woods are safe. Our property bordered the edge of a development on our patch of civilization, and the property line, which was unfenced, was a clear cut between the wooded and not. It immediately went into dense woods, and we had all manner of animals that would sometimes wander in or near our yard. These would be, by and large, pretty tame things. A doe here, a skunk there. Once we were attacked by a bobcat who just kit nearby, and we apparently spooked her enough into attacking. However, over time spent in this house, we began to hear the oddest noises that neither of us had ever heard, emanating from the deepest woods behind our house and behind us. It's hard to describe. It almost sounded like a Bigfoot, or noises a Bigfoot would make, like in the shows of National Geographic, but nowadays, a long, loud, almost human-like bellow that reaches across the trees, but isn't shrill like a mountain lion, bobcat, or fox. It certainly didn't have the woman screaming or child screaming properties that those calls carry. Instead, it sounded like a very long, loud yell from the belly of an angry man. We heard it often, and we would sometimes sit out at night and just wonder what was making the noise that neither one of us could place in any animal dictionary around. Over time, we noticed the noise would seem a bit closer. It had a louder, less echo-like quality, and we'd noticed that we were getting more animals coming into our yard at night, almost as if they couldn't bear to spend the night in the trees with whatever was making that noise. This, in and of itself, is odd, since we had hunting dogs that were very against any sort of animal visitors and made it known when they were out during the day and an animal was unlucky enough to be near them. Yet at night, our dogs began to not bark like they usually do. These dogs were specifically bay dogs, dogs trained to bark at prey, to close in on them, and somewhere so we could stab them in the heart. So, barking was literally what they were made to do, and they loved doing it. Still, we noticed that whenever that thing started making those keening calls over the trees at night, our dogs would all huddle into their houses and not make a peep. Unfortunately, the story doesn't have much of an ending. Gradually, the oddity moved further away, and eventually we stopped hearing it altogether. Summer lazily, sort of just went into fall. I wish we got some conclusion to it, though. I will say, my father and grandfather both told me to respect the forest, and I said I shouldn't wander about, or at least go near it at night. Since whatever was in there was clearly trying to be found. These are both men of few words and life-learned convictions, so I took it seriously and I heeded their advice. And when I'm given evidence that points towards something that logically I can't explain, I tend towards the most obvious solution. There was something out there. I don't know what it was despite my lengthy experiences out in the woods, and I didn't want to find out. That property actually had a lot of weird occurrences. Story number 7. Ask Reddit 3. This incident hit me hard, and I feel compelled to share my experience. At the time, I was residing in an old motel complex turned student dorm, where I worked overnight at the desk and I provided security. Admittedly, the place wasn't the most pleasant, but I found solace in having my own tiny apartment within its walls. Most nights I would happily immerse myself in the vast world of the internet, without a worry in the world. Paranoid thoughts and delusions were foreign to me. Yet one particular night stands out and vivid. As I mindlessly tapped away at the keyboard, engrossed in a video game or some online activity, an inexplicable and overwhelming thought suddenly consumed me. It was as if this notion had washed over me in an instant, crystal clear and definitive. There's a spirit in here. A girl, burdened with a profound sadness. This revelation completely stunned me since I'd never been experienced such a thought before. It was a fleeting uncertainty. Rather, it felt like a confident assessment that I couldn't disregard. Without any reason to doubt the message from my own end, I found myself speaking aloud to the unseen presence. Hey there, if you're feeling lonely or distressed, you can stay with me, but only if you promise not to frighten me. Let's be friends. You don't have to endure solitude. Strangely, after uttering those words, the overwhelming sensation subsided, but I resumed my computing endeavors without further incident. The entire episode left me perplexed and unsettled, prompting me to seek answers the following morning. I approached my boss, an older lady who had been associated with the establishment since its motel days, and shared my account, while inquiring about the deaths that might have occurred in my room. Her complexion turned pale, and she seemed visibly shaken by my question. She hesitated for a moment, then revealed the chilling truth. DeaconNuno, back in the 70s, by hanging herself from the walkway railing just outside the door to your room. Notably, I haven't divulged any details of my experience prior to her response. I had merely inquired about the room's history, her reaction nearly mirroring my own bewildered state. Since then, I've never encountered anything even remotely similar. While I'm now inclined to approach spirits and the supernatural with skepticism, seeking plausible explanations, I can't deny that this particular event was profoundly jarring. Story number 8. Scary Ouija board experience. On my 14th birthday, which was a few years ago since I'm now 17, I've had a memorable gathering with some close friends. We had an absolute blast devouring junk food and being glued to the television, binge-watching movies. However, after a good 3 or 4 films, We were eager to switch things up and embark on a new adventure. Luckily, I had purchased a Ouija board just a few months earlier, and I was itching to give it a try. It's worth noting that I was the sole bearer of knowledge about how it operated and its supposed mystical abilities. Gathered in a circle, each of us placed a finger on the planchette, forming a group of around 6 people. It took about 5 or 10 minutes to explain the mechanics of the Ouija board and what they could come to expect. I patiently fielded numerous inquiries from my friends, clarifying any confusion and doubts and ensuring that we were adequately prepared for the session. Our first question to the spirits was a simple one. Is anyone here with us? Unfortunately, the initial moments yielded no response, leaving us growing increasingly impatient. Determined, we posed the question once more. Surprisingly, after approximately 2 minutes, we noticed the planchette slowly gliding toward the yes marker. At that point, everyone couldn't help but mock the situation, convinced that one of us was manipulating the board, assuming it was all a prank due to the lack of supernatural occurrences. Seeking further interaction, we decided to inquire, "What's your name?" Expecting a fabricated and humorous response, since someone would have had to invent a name on the spot, we were unprepared for the answer that sent shivers down our spine. Raul, R-A-U-L. Even now, recalling the name sends chills. Intrigued, we delved deeper, asking the age of the spiritual entity. To our astonishment, the Ouija board spelled out 25. We were captivated by this peculiar interaction and decided to dig further. Asking about Raul's cause of death, with suspense building, the planchette formed the words, "car crash." The atmosphere grew tense and a sense of unease crept over us, prompting a collective decision to halt the session. It was as if the situation had become uncomfortably real, surpassing the boundaries of a mere parlor game. Strangely, even without posing any additional questions, the planchette began moving on its own accord. We stood there frozen, anxiously awaiting the message to spell out, and it happened. Jackie. Feeling sufficiently spooked, we unanimously agreed that it was time to cease our ghostly encounters. We bid farewell to the lingering spirit and promptly packed the Ouija board away, ensuring that it wouldn't disturb us any longer. Later that night, approximately an hour after my friends had departed, I found myself alone. A message appeared on my phone from one of my friends. Curiosity piqued, I opened the message, revealing a link to an online article. Below the link, she had written the foreboding words, "You're not going to believe this." Intrigued and somewhat apprehensive, I clicked on the provided link and began reading the article. To my astonishment and terror, the piece detailed the tragic account of a male car crash victim named Raul. Regrettably, I couldn't recall his last name, and my attempts to retrieve the article by scouring past conversations with my friend proved fruitless, as I had since changed my phone number. But what chilled me to the core was a crucial revelation further in the article. It mentioned that the individual driving the car at the time of the fatal accident was none other than Raul's mother, Jackie. The synchronicity between the name revealed through the Ouija board and the real-life tragedy was uncanny and sent shivers down my spine. The eerie connection between the supernatural encounter and the actual events were just too real. Unable to shake off the unsettling experience, I continued to discuss it with my friends in the days that followed. We dissected every detail, trying to make sense of what occurred. Deep down, we couldn't help but entertain the possibility that one of us had manipulated the planchette, dismissing the idea of a genuine supernatural presence. However, the correlation between Raul's name and his age and the circumstances of his mother's demise was too improbable to be dismissed as mere coincidence. As time passed, the memory of that chilling night remained etched in our minds. We shared our thoughts and theories, grappling with the inexplicable nature of the Ouija board session. Some of us delved into research trying to uncover any historical information about the tragic accident or any ties to paranormal phenomena. Others sought solace in skepticism, choosing to believe that our collective imagination and subconscious desires had fueled the responses on the board. Despite our attempts to rationalize the events, a lingering sense of mystery and intrigue prevailed. It became a story that would recount on late nights or around campfires. forever pondering the possibility of a genuine encounter with the spirit realm. The uncertainty and lingering doubts only fueled our fascination with the supernatural, pushing us to explore other avenues of the occult and the paranormal. Years later, as I reflected upon the fateful birthday gathering, the impact of that Ouija board session remains profound. It served as a catalyst for my interest in the unknown and the mysteries of the universe. Though skeptical at times, I can't help but wonder if there are forces beyond our comprehension that brushed against us that night. The experience taught me to approach life with a sense of open-mindedness and curiosity, understanding that sometimes the inexplicable occurrences defy logical explanations. To this day, when the topic arises during conversations with my friends, we revisit that night, each sharing our own interpretation and memory. Though we may never know the absolute truth, the experience remains a haunting reminder of the mysteries that surround us, forever fueling our sense of wonder and sparking the flame of curiosity within each of us. Story number 9. Sat by a spirit in a sweat lodge. During a certain period of time, I developed a regular habit of attending Inipi ceremonies, also known as Lakota sweat lodge rituals. Nearly every week it was a profound experience that I cherished deeply. One particular summer, as I sat and engaged in prayer within the sweat lodge, something extraordinary occurred. If you've ever had the opportunity to participate in such a ceremony, you would understand that the environment inside the lodge is enveloped in pitch-black darkness, the only faint glow emitted by hot stones providing any semblance of illumination. As the Inipi ceremony neared its conclusion, and the time for me to exit the lodge approached, I found myself relishing in sensations of cool air permeating through the structure and the gentle rays of the evening sun that filtered in. To my left, the person farthest from me in the circle completed their ritual and made their way out. It wasn't uncommon for individuals to engage in final prayers before departing, so it wasn't particularly, strange, and I wasn't bothered by the person to my left taking a bit longer to rise and leave. Conversely, the person to my right seemed eager to exit the sweat lodge and wasted no time in conveying this sentiment to me. With a tap on my shoulder, the person to my right indicated that it was my turn to crawl out of the lodge. So in that moment, I swiftly turned, my gaze to the left, and then I expected to see the individual who had just exited. However, to my surprise, there was no one there. This exchange transpired within a mere 3 seconds, and as we were positioned just slightly off-center from the door, it was inconceivable for anyone to crawl out that swiftly. I distinctly sensed the presence of someone or something beside me, while I had been basking in the gentle light and coolness of the air. An obstruction had ellipsed the illumination from my left. It was a substantial figure, casting a shadow that partially obscured the incoming light within my field of vision and peripheral awareness. Given that most attendees of the Inipi were burly and robust men, it wouldn't have been unusual for a large individual to inadvertently block part of the light. After obediently crawling out of the sweat lodge, the ensuing moments were uneventful. We indulged in a hearty meal of deer meat chili, without any negative incidents transpiring. In my contemplation of the experiences, I couldn't fathom the presence of any malevolent spirits lingering within the sacred confines of the sweat lodge. Seeking insight, I approached an elder and recounted the occurrence, inquiring about its significance. The elder's response was both enlightening and nonchalant, as if to say, "Of course, we invite the spirits to join us in prayer. Isn't that obvious?" Story number 10. The family farm animals are reacting to something, and I don't know what it is. So for context, I'm from the rural parts of Scandinavia. I'm a hunter. I'm 20 years old, and I currently live with my family due to becoming very ill. And well, since moving in, I've noticed the farm animals' behavior has changed alongside odd happenings. Here we're talking about horses, cats, and dogs, as well as some now dead chickens. So I'll start out by explaining the horse's behavior. So these are 2 castrated mustangs and a mare, all fair-tempered animals, who are very friendly. So recently they've been getting absolutely frightened by something. We've seen them staring into the woods, snorting before blasting a gallop at high speeds trying to flee, and sometimes they've fled their pasture. Inside their stables, they've also been suddenly snorting and standing in the corners of their enclosures. The cats have all been seemingly awfully anxious. We have 2 that are barn cats. One is a mix inside and outside cat, and the last one is an inside cat. The 2 outside cats are usually quite fond of people and are usually very comfortable in their environment. But ever since December of last year, they've stayed in their room and saddle room almost constantly. When they don't leave, they seem to be on edge, and I've seen them posture up and hiss from what I can see is nothing. Nothing but a creepy feeling, which may just be from listening to the cat. But now the mixed cat usually doesn't go off as much, but will at times seem fearful and will stick to us, which is quite odd since it sent quite a, thought people were friendly. And the trouble for it, and the inside cat, has started to refuse to be downstairs at night, and sometimes they've hissed at something. The dog's a lovely golden retriever who's the biggest, kindest goofball, who usually just gets on people's nerves with his stealing and his strong belief in his fits, and it usually sits on people. So he's not at all, an ill-tempered dog or badly socialized. With him, it started with him sometimes staring for long amounts of time at the scullery where he usually sleeps. The scullery has a door into the stable or barn, and it would slowly progress to him barking and growling at the scullery. This continued along with him starting to do it at the living room and dining room. He started growling at all these areas as well. All this kept to being one day, a one-time thing, up until January, and then he would sometimes do it around 2 or 5 in the morning with his barking and growling becoming more intense. He would also start the same front door, and he started the same front door that had a huge glass panel in it, so the dog could see through it. The chickens didn't really have any problem. Their behavior didn't really change much except for them foraging further away from the barn and house. Suddenly in December, we woke up all of them, and they were gone. We woke up to all of them gone from the chicken coop where they had always returned. Now, I do think that this may be a predator-based thing, but I still find it odd that we didn't find anything suggesting a predator took them. No feathers, no blood, no sign of entry. I've also had experiences with something I can't explain happening alongside the rest of my family. I'll gladly share our experiences, but not in this post, since this is focusing on the animal's behavior. So, I will ask you, the person reading this, what are your thoughts on what's happening? And what could it be since I can't explain it? Update. We are currently having below 0, and on the edge of being below 0 weather, and the house has been infested with flies. I've seen a lot of people suggest predators, which is definitely a possibility, but we've not had any large predator kills since 2017, and I've not seen nor documented any since 2018. Foxes have not been spotted since 2019, but we did find a dead badger last summer, but nowhere near our property, but within 3 or 4 kilometers of it. The human aspect is definitely a possibility as well, since we've dealt with some oddballs through time, but the last time we did was back in 2014. Story number 11. Sounds of stuff falling, but nothing fell. Today, as I sat comfortably in the cozy confines of my living room, engrossed in the captivating world of television, my tranquil existence was abruptly shattered by a cacophonous crash that reverberated through the air. It resembled the sound of a potted plant meeting an untimely demise, its fragile structure shattering against the unyielding floor. A perplexing occurrence indeed, for I am devoid of any furry companions within the confines of my humble abode. Compelled by curiosity, I swiftly arose from my seat and embarked upon a quest to unravel the enigma that had disrupted my momentary repose. My eager eyes turned toward the kitchen, the sole sanctuary of the 3 cherished potted plants that grace the interior of my dwelling. However, to my utmost bewilderment, none of these verdant specimens had succumbed to the clutches of gravity. They stood proudly, unperturbed and undisturbed, as if mocking my feeble attempts to comprehend the source of the commotion. Unfazed but undeniably perturbed, I reluctantly dismissed the incident as mere figments of my imagination, opting to return to the comforts of my suspended disbelief within the realm of television. Alas, my respite was fleeting, for the eerie symphony of cascading objects once again pierced the tranquility of my home. This time, the sonorous tones resonated with a weightier quality, as if a myriad of substantial entities descended upon the earth with an unseen force. Intrigued and filled with a resolute determination, I embarked upon a meticulous exploration of my domicile, traversing its every nook and cranny in search of elusive answers. Alas, my pursuit proved fruitless, as no fallen objects or misplaced possessions met my vigilant gaze. The impeccable order of my surroundings mocked my disconcerted state of mind, amplifying the enigmatic nature of the situation. Just as I resigned myself to the inexplicable nature of these peculiar events, my attention was ensnared by an astonishing spectacle. In an act of defying the laws of physics, my own toothbrush, suspended meticulously upon its designated holder, flung itself toward the cold, unyielding floor. I stood transfixed, astounded by the sight that unfolded before my disbelieving eyes. The holder remained steadfast, unaffected by the inexplicable descent of the innocent toothbrush. It was as though an invisible hand had, with an impish sense of mischief, had purposely liberated the toothbrush from its appointed abode. Summoning every ounce of composure within me, I gingerly retrieved the wayward toothbrush from its undignified resting place, diligently cleansing it from any signs of its unexpected journey. Once it was restored to its rightful position, I dared to exhale a sigh of relief, hoping to pacify the unrest that had beset my wary mind. Yet, fate had other plans, for as I emerged from the confines of my bathroom, prepared to traverse the family hallway, a disconcerting sound reverberated through the air. It was the unmistakable timbre of a man's laughter, echoing from the recesses behind me. My heart skipped a beat, for the sole male inhabitant of this dwelling, my stepfather, was diligently toiling away at his occupation far removed from the sanctuary of our shared domicile. The haunting laughter, haunting in its familiarity yet disorienting in its ethereal manifestation, had taunted my senses on previous occasions. The perplexity of the situation became even more pronounced, amplifying the unease that had gradually permeated the very fabric of my being. I was alone, enveloped in solitude, with no semblance of another presence in this sacred space. There were no conceivable hiding places, no crevices or secret chambers that could conceal the phantom source of their haunting laughter. My mind raced with a myriad of possibilities, each more far-fetched than the last, as I struggled to reconcile the inexplicable within the realm of rationality. A chilling sensation crept up my spine, its icy tendrils spreading throughout my body as I contemplated the implications of this unsettling encounter. Was I being visited by a spectral presence, an ethereal entity existing beyond the boundaries of our mortal realm? Or was there an elaborate ruse at play, carefully orchestrated to instill a sense of disquiet within the confines of my sanctuary? Reluctant to succumb to fear's paralyzing grasp, I summoned the remnants of my courage and embarked on a thorough investigation of every inch of my dwelling. I scoured the deepest recesses of my closet, probed beneath furniture, and peered into the darkest corners, desperately seeking any signs of an intruder or hidden interloper. Yet my meticulous search yielded no answers, no tangible evidence to support my growing suspicions. The walls remained steadfast, the windows sealed shut, and the doors firmly locked. It was as if my dwelling had become an impenetrable fortress, impervious to both the physical and the ethereal. As daylight waned, the shadows lengthened. I found myself immersed in a disquieting solitude. Every creak, every whisper of the wind sent shivers down my spine, so I grappled with the profound uncertainty that had seized hold of my senses. The inexplicable events had shaken the very foundation of my reality, leaving me adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. Nightfall descended, casting its cloak of darkness upon the world, further exacerbating my growing unease. Each passing minute felt like an eternity as I sat vigilantly in my living room, alert to the slightest disturbance. The ambiance of the house seemed to shift, as if it had become a sentient being, taunting me with its enigmatic presence. Then, if drawn by an invisible force, my gaze fixated upon a framed photograph on the mantelpiece. It depicted a happy family, capturing a moment of pure bliss. The figures smiled warmly, their eyes brimming with joy and love. Among them, my stepfather stood tall, his infectious laughter frozen in time. It was his laughter that I had heard echoing through the halls of my dwelling. A surge of realization washed over me like a wave crashing upon the shore. The laughter was not that of an otherworldly apparition, but rather a lingering echo of the love and happiness that once permeated these walls. The memories imprinted within these cherished spaces had become imprinted upon the very essence of the house itself, a poignant reminder of a bygone era. And so, I settled back into my embrace of my living room. The laughter of generations past mingled harmoniously with the faint hum of the television, creating a symphony of both the tangible and the intangible. In that moment, I found solace in the inexplicable, and a renewed appreciation for the immeasurable depth and complexity of the human experience. Story number 13, The Missionary Chronicles, Part 2. During my LDS mission in Picture Rocks, Arizona, I had an intriguing companion with whom I served for several weeks. He shared a fascinating rule that he and other missionaries followed in the area. If we didn't have an appointment, we would head back home when it got dark. This rule stemmed not only from the paranormal issues, but also from concerns about drug running and criminal activities in the vicinity. Truly, the tales surrounding these topics could fill an entire book. One mid-November evening in 2014, we found ourselves driven back from an appointment that had run late, pushing our boundaries as LDS missionaries who were bound by strict and extensive rules. It was already around 10 p.m., and the overcast sky added a chilling atmosphere to our journey through the maze of dirt roads that comprised Picture Rocks. The road was uneven, making navigation even more challenging. As we traversed a long, desolate stretch of dirt road with no houses in sight, a figure suddenly emerged in our headlights. This man, seemingly walking aimlessly with his head down, clad in a t-shirt and shorts despite the freezing cold. What struck us as peculiar was his lack of any light source and his complete obliviousness to our presence. As the driver, I slowed down to maneuver around him, considering the narrowness of the road. As he drew closer, his face appeared translucent and his eyes were entirely white. My companion and I couldn't tear our eyes away from this inexplicable sight as we rolled past him. Incredibly, he was so near that I could have easily reached out and touched him by rolling the window. However, as we drove past, the figure began to fade away, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Unable to contain my astonishment, I exclaimed to my companion that the man had inexplicably disappeared and promptly halted the car. I scanned the mirrors aided by the red glow of the brake lights in an attempt to catch a glimpse of the mysterious individual, but he had completely vanished. Determined to investigate further, I turned the car around, partially driving off the road to do so. The illuminated areas that the car's bright headlights were showing showed nothing. So he was nowhere to be found. Following this perplexing event and other encounters with the poltergeist in our abode, I reached out to fellow missionaries, inquiring if they believed Picture Rocks was haunted. To my astonishment, they all confirmed that this place was undeniably haunted and eagerly shared their own spine-chilling stories over the phone. The town was rife with strange happenings, unique encounters with the poltergeist in our manufactured home, and eerie warnings about skinwalkers. Prior to this, I've never even heard of skinwalkers, so I naturally turned to my companion for more information. Yet, he hesitated for a moment before responding, indicating that he didn't wish to discuss the matter, at least not while we were inside the manufactured home. Among the recurring tales shared by fellow missionaries, including my companion, were accounts of phantom vehicles. I couldn't quite grasp the concept until I experienced them firsthand. Story number 1. My first ghost experience as a child was with a little boy, and I don't even know if it was real. When I was about 18 years old, I had a chilling experience while sharing ghost stories with a friend. As I recounted my various encounters, a deeply buried memory suddenly resurfaced, transporting me back to a time when I was around 5 or 6 years old. In those early years, I suffered from severe insomnia, often staying awake on days on end. Night after night, I would lie in bed, hopelessly bored until the break of dawn. On this particular night, I found myself unable to drift off to sleep, a common occurrence for me, though the details of that memory have become somewhat hazy due to my tender age at the time. I shall endeavor to recall them to the best of my ability. I distinctly remember a young boy, perhaps only a year or two older than me, walking over from the doorway to where I lay. Sensing my restlessness, he inquired about the cause of my sleeplessness. Frustrated with my perpetual inability to slumber, I must have exclaimed my exasperation. I recall telling him, "I can't fall asleep." Unfortunately, I cannot recall his response, but I do remember him climbing onto my bed. There we lay, engaged in a conversation about sleep, while he imparted suggestions that might aid me in finding repose. Seeking to help, he asked what I enjoyed, and after pondering for a moment, I replied, "Butterflies." Instructing me to shut my eyes, he encouraged me to visualize butterflies gracefully fluttering around. Eager to find solace, I complied, and miraculously, I managed to drift off into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, as the sun bathed the room in its gentle glow, I awoke to find the boy gone. Naturally, I found this peculiar, but being a child myself and recognizing a similarity to me, I wasn't overly frightened, though a tinge of unease lingered. Little did I know that the strange events were not over yet, as the subsequent night would bring forth another peculiar encounter. Deciding to seek refuge in my parents' bed that evening, I nestled myself at the foot, gazing at the room's expanse while sleep continued to elude me. To my astonishment, the little boy materialized once more, standing hesitantly in the doorway. His gaze fixed upon me, he inquired, "Would you like to sleep with me again tonight?" In that moment, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over me, filling my core with a tinge of fear. "No, tonight I prefer to sleep in my parents' room," I responded, my voice trembling ever so slightly. Instantly, the boy's countenance grew crestfallen, and he muttered, "All right." Although I offered an apology, assuring him that perhaps we could sleep together another night, he vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. The vividness and authenticity of these recollections continued to bewilder me, prompting me to question why such memories remain etched in my mind so indelibly. Recently, my father confirmed my suspicions, acknowledging that the house we once inhabited held an eerie atmosphere. Even the skeptical mother, who had dismissed the paranormal notions in the past, recounted an incident that she experienced while putting away my laundry. Remarkably, my doll, a playful toy that would joyfully sing "Ring Around the Rosie" when its hands were pressed, and chant "Little, Little Piggy Went to the Market" when its toes were touched, unexpectedly sprang to life, triggering its nursery rhymes without any apparent cause. Throughout my time in that peculiar house, a pervasive sense of unease enveloped me, as if I were never truly alone. Perhaps, unbeknownst to me, there was more to that house than met the eye. The strange occurrences and the lingering presence of the mysterious boy had left an indelible mark on my psyche. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a hidden world intertwined with our own. Curiosity consumed me, and I embarked on a quest to uncover the secrets of that enigmatic dwelling. I delved into research about the house's history, hoping to unearth any clues that could shed light on the supernatural phenomenon I had experienced. To my astonishment, I discovered a haunting tale that dated back decades. According to the records, the house had a tragic past. A young boy, much like the one I had encountered, had lived there long ago. His life had been cut short under mysterious circumstances, leaving behind an unsettled spirit. The boy had been known for his fondness for butterflies, a passion that mirrored my own childhood fascination. As I continued to unravel the story, it became apparent that the boy's restless spirit sought solace and companionship. He had found a kindred spirit in me, a fellow insomniac longing for sleep. Through his gentle guidance and genuine concern, he had shared his wisdom on finding respite, using the imagery of butterflies to transport me to a realm of dreams. However, something had changed that fateful night when I declined his invitation to sleep together once more. It was as if I had unintentionally severed a connection, causing the boy's disappointment to manifest in a chilling manner. The realization weighed heavily on my conscience, and I couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for rejecting his companionship. Determined to make amends, I decided to reach out to a paranormal expert and mediums in hopes of reconnecting with the spirit of that young boy. Their guidance led me to a spiritual cleansing ritual, a way to restore harmony between the realms of the living and the departed. With trepidation and hope intertwining within me, I followed their instructions meticulously. The ritual involved creating a peaceful sanctuary within the house, adorned with elements that resonated with the boy's fondness for butterflies. Candles flickered softly, casting a warm glow, while delicate butterfly figurines adorned the room. I whispered words of apology and understanding, expressing my remorse for the unintended rejection. As the incense-filled air moved about with its soothing scent, I closed my eyes and I focused on inviting the boy's spirit back into the sanctuary. A soft breeze brushed against my skin, carrying an ethereal presence that seemed to embrace the room. And then, in the stillness of the moment, I felt it, a gentle touch on my cheek, as if a butterfly had landed delicately upon my face. Opening my eyes, I beheld a vision that moved me to tears. The boy stood before me, his ethereal form emanating a sense of forgiveness and acceptance. There was no need for words. Our connection transcended the limitations of spoken language. In that sacred space, we found solace, understanding, and a shared desire for peace. From that day forward, the house no longer felt eerie or unsettling. Instead, it became a sanctuary where the living and the departed coexisted harmoniously. The presence of the young boy, once a source of uncertainty, became a comforting presence, a reminder of the interconnectedness of our world and the unseen forces that guide us. As time went on, I left that house behind, but the memories and lessons learned remained with me. The encounter with the young boy and the journey to reconcile our connection taught me the profound impact that compassion and empathy can have, even across the divide between the living and the spirit world. Now, whenever I see a butterfly gracefully fluttering by, I'm reminded of that extraordinary chapter in my life where the boundaries of reality blurred and the mystical intertwined with the mundane. It served as a constant reminder that there is more to this world than what meets the eye, and the unseen threads of connection can weave intricate tapestries of understanding and compassion. In the years that followed, I embarked on a personal journey of exploring the realms of the paranormal and supernatural. The encounter with the young boy sparked a deep fascination within me, igniting a thirst for knowledge and a desire to unravel the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the surface of our everyday existence. I delved into ancient texts, studied the works of renowned physics and spiritualists, and sought out individuals who had encountered otherworldly phenomenon. My path led me to join paranormal investigation teams, where I participated in countless haunted expeditions, trying to decipher the messages whispered by lingering spirits and understand the enigmatic forces that governed their existence. Through my endeavors, I encountered a myriad of extraordinary stories and witnessed phenomena that defied rational explanation. I stood in the presence of apparitions, felt the icy touch of unseen entities, and communicated with departed souls through mediums and advanced technology. Each encounter deepened my understanding of the intricate tapestry of the supernatural realm and the complex nature of human consciousness. As I continued to immerse myself in the study of the paranormal, I sought to bridge the gap between the scientific and the spiritual. I collaborated with researchers, psychologists, and physicists who were equally intrigued by the unexplained. Together, we conducted experiments and explored theories that aimed to shed light on the mechanisms behind ghostly apparitions, psychic abilities, and the intricacies of the afterlife. The knowledge I gained and the experiences I accumulated propelled me to become a respected authority in the field of parapsychology. I lectured at prestigious universities, published groundbreaking research papers, and shared my insights through books and documentaries. My goal was to challenge the skepticism that often shrouded the supernatural, urging society to embrace the unknown and consider alternative explanations for the inexplicable. However, amidst the pursuit of answers, I never forgot the profound lesson I learned from the young boy all those years ago. The importance of empathy and compassion in our interactions were both with the living and the departed. I advocated for a more holistic approach to the paranormal, urging investigators and enthusiasts to prioritize understanding and respect when engaging with spirits in haunted locations. In my quest to bridge the gap between realms, I also became an advocate for the preservation of historical sites and haunted locations. These places served as portals to the past, allowing us to glimpse fragments of history and connect with the souls that once inhabited them. I worked tirelessly to ensure that these sites were treated with reverence and that their stories were shared, fostering a deeper appreciation for the interplay between the material world and the ethereal realm. As I reflect upon my journey, I'm filled with gratitude for the extraordinary encounters, the knowledge gained, and the impact made. The young boy who appeared in my childhood bedroom became a catalyst for a lifelong exploration of the supernatural, leaving an indelible mark on my path and shaping the trajectory of my career. Today, I continue to delve into the mysteries of the paranormal, fueled by an insatiable curiosity and a burning desire to unlock the secrets of the unseen. With each investigation, each conversation with the spirit, and each connection forged, I'm reminded of the profound beauty and complexity of the world that we inhabit, both seen and unseen, and I remain dedicated to sharing these revelations, bridging the gap between the known and the unknown, and unraveling the enigma that is our existence. My second paranormal experience with the shadow figure in the corner. Story number 2. The story I'm about to share with you is set in a house my family and I moved into after our first encounter with the paranormal. I think I was around 8 years old when we made the move, and this particular incident took place when I was about 9. It was during this period of my life that I became deeply fascinated with ghosts. My dad and I would regularly watch shows like Ghost Hunters and Ghost Adventures and others, although now I'm hooked on Ghost Files, a special shout out to Ryan and Shane. Sometimes, when we were at home, I would even download an EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, device app on my phone and use it for fun. Now, this new house had a completely different atmosphere compared to our previous one. It felt much lighter in terms of energy. I vaguely recall hearing that the previous owner had passed away in the home, but I was so young at the time that I can't quite remember all the details, so I didn't take it too seriously. As I mentioned in my previous story, I struggled tremendously with insomnia for the first 14 years of my life. However, over time, it's improved, which I'm grateful for. On this particular night, I distinctly remember staying up until around 2 a.m., engrossed in an episode of Life with Derek on Disney or something of that sort. I was sitting in a chair that my little brother and I had placed in front of the TV. He had already gone to bed, so the chair next to me was empty. As I was immersed in the show, I suddenly heard a rattling sound coming from somewhere in the vicinity. I turned my gaze toward the chair next to me and noticed that it was shaking. The feet of the chair were uneven, causing it to rock back and forth. Now let me clarify that it couldn't have been an earthquake, because it was the only thing in the entire room that was moving. Naturally, I began to feel a bit strange. If I hadn't been so deeply interested in the paranormal, I probably would have freaked out completely. However, due to my knowledge of the possible explanations, I was more curious than terrified. I couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that I needed to scan the room, as if maybe this was far from a normal occurrence. So, that's when all this happened, and that's when I saw it. Our sofa was positioned diagonally against the wall on the opposite side of the room. It was from behind that couch that I witnessed a tall, shadowy figure, approximately 5'7" in height, slowly rise up. It stood there facing me, or at least where its eyes should have been, although it had none, and then swiftly ducked down behind the couch. I remember turning away in sheer terror, that overwhelming sensation that usually brings tears to your eyes when faced with something scary or intimidating. After that intense experience, I tried my best to brush it off and resume watching TV. But it wasn't long before I found myself seeking refuge under the blankets. I confided in my neighborhood friend, Allie, about what had transpired, and she expressed genuine concern for me. She mentioned having a dream in which she saw a spirit lurking in the corner of my room, and she assured me that she had prayed for my safety. Now, whether you choose to believe her or not, that's entirely up to you, depending on your own beliefs. But if I'm honest, I didn't sense any hostility from the entity. I was simply scared because of what I had witnessed firsthand. Story number 3. Bedroom Ghost Encounter. I found myself standing in my room, engulfed in an eerie silence that was disrupted only by the peculiar sound of heavy breathing emanating from the far corner where my dresser stood. A shiver traveling down my spine, sending chills coursing through my entire body. Doubt and uncertainty gripped my mind as I questioned my own sanity. Was I losing it? Or was there something truly amiss in this room? Curiously, my dog, usually ever alert and vigilant, lay peculiarly asleep amidst this unsettling atmosphere. So, determined to confirm whether my ears were playing tricks on me, I focused intently on the source of the ominous breathing. In an attempt to drown out any other sounds, I gently nudged my slumbering companion, causing him to stir and cease his snoring. Yet, to my astonishment, the mysterious breathing persisted unabated. Anxiety began to gnaw at my thoughts, compelling me to delve deeper into this paranormal encounter. Tentatively, I summoned the courage to communicate with the unseen presence that lurked within the confines of my room. My voice quivered as I attempted to initiate a dialogue, hoping for some form of response. With every passing moment, the oppressive breathing gradually subsided, leaving behind an unnerving stillness. Just as I began to entertain the possibility that the enigmatic entity had retreated, my faithful canine companion abruptly shifted his attention. The once dormant dog now directed his fervent barking toward the shelves situated on a different wall. A wave of apprehension washed over me as I pondered the significance of this change in focus. What was it that had captured his attention? Was it the same entity that had ceased its breathing presence moments ago? Or was there another presence lurking within the shadows of my room? Uncertainty besieged my mind as I grappled with the dilemma of discerning the intentions behind these mysterious occurrences. I pondered the role of the lit candle that adorned my room, flickering gently in their ethereal glow. I couldn't help but wonder if they had inadvertently invited a supernatural presence into my living space. I quickly dismissed any thought of the witchcraft or intentional summoning, as my relationship with the supernatural was non-existent. My room remained clean and orderly, devoid of any occult artifacts that could have enticed spirits to make their presence known. As I replayed the events in my mind, a chilling realization dawned upon me. The unsettling breaths I had heard earlier were unmistakably inhuman. They lacked the familiarity of any earthly creature, ruling out the possibility of a hidden animal within the walls. I also recalled with certainty that the windows of the room were perpetually sealed, barring any external factors that could, explain this unearthly disturbance. So torn between fear and curiosity, I found myself at a crossroads, seeking a resolution to the enigma that had manifested within the sanctuary of my room. Would I succumb to dread and flee from the unknown, or would I confront the apparition head-on, determined to decipher its intentions? The decisions weighed heavily on my shoulders as I grappled with the consequences of each choice. In that moment, I vowed to unravel the mystery that had plagued me. Armed with a courageous heart and an unwavering determination, I embarked on a journey to confront the ethereal forces that occupied my living space. With every step, my pulse quickened, adrenaline coursing through my veins, preparing me for whatever awaited me beyond the realms of my understanding. As I braced myself to face the unknown, a surge of adrenaline propelled me forward. overriding any lingering doubts or fears. My palms moistened with perspiration and my heartbeat thundered in my ears, but I was resolute in my pursuit of answers. Approaching the shelves that had captured my dog's attention, I noticed an inexplicable chill in the air, causing goosebumps to form on my arms. The atmosphere crackled with an intangible energy, hinting at the presence of something beyond the realm of the living. With a trembling hand, I reached out to touch the surface of the shelves, hoping to establish a connection, a link to the otherworldly force that had disrupted the tranquility of my room. As my fingers grazed the smooth wood, an electric jolt coursed through my body, jarring me momentarily. Suddenly, a flurry of images flooded my mind, visions of shadowy figures, ethereal whispers, and a profound sense of anguish and longing consumed my consciousness. It was as if I had tapped into a forgotten narrative, a tale woven by spirits longing to be heard. Overwhelmed yet determined, I focused my attention on deciphering the messages being transmitted through the psychic channel. Closing my eyes, I allowed myself to be enveloped by the supernatural current, surrendering to the unknown forces at play. In the depths of my mind, I discerned fragmented voices, desperate pleas for solace and redemption. These ethereal echoes spoke of unresolved pasts, trapped souls yearning for release. Their presence wasn't malevolent, but rather born out of a desire for acknowledgement and closure. As I delved deeper into the spiritual realm, I realized that my room had inadvertently become a conduit, a sanctuary for lost souls seeking respite. The candles, symbols of warmth and illumination, had inadvertently beckoned these wandering spirits, drawing them towards my space in search of solace. Embracing my newfound role as a mediator between the living and the ethereal, I vowed to assist these troubled souls in finding the peace that they so desperately sought. Armed with compassion and empathy, I dedicated myself to unraveling their stories, to lending a listening ear to their forgotten narratives. Days turned into weeks as I immersed myself in this newfound purpose, researching forgotten histories, visiting local libraries, and consulting with spiritual experts. I sought to uncover the identities and the history of these spirits that had chosen to reveal themselves within the confines of my room. With each revelation, a sense of fulfillment washed over me. It was not the malicious presence I had feared, but rather a collective plea for understanding and redemption. I had become a conduit for healing, a bridge between the living and the departed. Word of my unique abilities spread, and soon individuals burdened by the unexplained phenomenon sought my guidance. I counseled and comforted, providing solace to those tormented by the supernatural. Through my experiences, I realized that the world of the paranormal was intricately intertwined with our own, and that compassion and empathy were potent tools for bridging the gap between the two worlds. Years passed and my room transformed into a haven for those seeking spiritual enlightenment and guidance. The once frightening breathing and barking had become a distant memory, replaced by a harmonious coexistence between the living and the spirits that dwelled among us. Reflecting upon my journey, I marveled at the intricacies of the unseen world. What had initially been a source of fear and uncertainty had blossomed into a profound connection with the supernatural. My room, once shrouded in mystery, had become a testament to the power and empathy and understanding. As I continued to navigate the delicate balance between the tangible and the ethereal, I am reminded that within the darkness corners lies the potential for profound discovery and growth. It's through confronting our fears and embracing the unknown that we truly expand our understanding of the world and ourselves. The encounters in my room served as a constant reminder of the fragility and complexity of the human experience. Each spirit that crossed my path brought with them a unique story, a tale of love, loss, or unfinished business. Through my interactions with them, I gained insights into the depths of human emotions and the enduring power of the soul. The lessons learned within those four walls extended far beyond the realm of the supernatural. They permeated every aspect of my life, enriching my relationships, deepening my empathy, and fostering a sense of interconnectedness with all beings. I became acutely aware of the unseen struggles that individuals carried, recognizing that everyone had their own ghosts to confront. Driven by a newfound purpose, I ventured beyond the confines of my room, seeking to assist not only the spirits that sought solace, but also the living souls burdened by their own internal hauntings. I volunteered at shelters, offering a listening ear to those grappling with trauma and providing a comforting presence in their darkest hours. I discovered that the ability to connect with the ethereal had given me a unique perspective on human suffering and the capacity for healing. Over time, my experiences led me to establish a community center dedicated to spiritual exploration and emotional healing. It became a sanctuary for individuals from all walks of life, a safe space where they could share their stories, find guidance, and embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Together, we created a supportive network that transcended the boundaries of the physical and delved into the realm of the metaphysical. As the years rolled on, the community center flourished, drawing seekers from far and wide. Workshops and seminars and group sessions became the norm, with the individuals delving into various spiritual practices and connecting with their inner selves. The paranormal encounters that had initiated my path now served as catalysts for the transformation and enlightenment of others. Within the walls of the community center, people shed their fears, embraced their vulnerabilities, and found solace in the collective support of like-minded individuals. We celebrated the diversity of experiences, recognizing that each person's journey was unique and deserving of respect. Together, we unearthed buried truths, confronted past traumas, and opened ourselves to the limitless potential of growth and healing. Through it all, I remained humbled by the interconnectedness of the living and the spirit realm. I learned that the boundaries between the seen and unseen were not rigid, but fluid, and that our perception of reality was limited by our own beliefs and conditioning. I encouraged others to question their preconceived notions, to challenge the boundaries of what they deemed possible, and to explore the vast tapestry of existence that lay beyond the veil. As I reflect upon my extraordinary journey, I'm reminded that the supernatural is not to be feared, but embraced. It is a realm of infinite wisdom and untapped potential, waiting to be explored by those courageous enough to venture into its depths, in the darkest corners of our existence, where shadows linger and whispers echo, lie an invitation to step into the unknown, to expand our consciousness, and to discover the extraordinary that resides within all of us. Two visits, 2 nights in a row. During one extraordinary experience, my mind was suddenly awakened to a potent energy that seemed to envelop me within the ethereal realm. It was a gradual process, but eventually my entire consciousness became tuned to the spirit world. This energy manifested as a gentle, soft light, captivating my attention and drawing me closer. As I focused my senses on it, fragments of information started to seep into my awareness. At first, I sensed wariness emanating from this ethereal energy, as if it had endured a long and arduous journey. Then, its essence seemed to convey a sense of age, as if it had weathered the passage of time. Amidst my attempts to decipher this enigmatic presence, a realization struck me with the force of a revelation. Someone had recently transitioned from the earthly plane to the realm of spirits. The energy carried the essence of a departed soul, and through my intuition, I discerned that it belonged to none other than Sarah, a dear friend of our family. In this perplexing encounter, Sarah's disembodied voice resonated within my being, seeking guidance and direction. She implored me to advise her on the path that she would traverse. Though I was bewildered myself, lacking the certainty of a definitive answer, I mustered the courage to suggest that she should venture toward the beckoning light. With a profound sense of trepidation mingled with hope, I witnessed Sarah's essence slowly drifting toward the radiant glow that emanated from the spirit realm. And then, in an instant, it was over. She had crossed over into the light, leaving me both astounded and humbled. The following morning, with a lingering sense of awe, I descended the hill that led to my father's gas station, ready to face the day ahead. As I stepped into the familiar surroundings, little did I know a revelation awaited me. It was my father who summoned me, his countenance bearing a grave expression. "I have something to tell you," he began, his voice tinged with sorrow. Sarah passed away last night. My heart skipped a beat, for I had sensed her presence, encountered her spirit in the realm beyond our physical senses. Yet, despite my profound realization, I hesitated to confide in my father, fearing that he would dismiss my encounter as mere figments of imagination. Regret gnawed at me, for I should have shared with him the truth of Sarah's visitation, the significance of our connection transcending the boundaries of life and death. Unbeknownst to me, the tapestry of the spirit world would unfold before me once more. For on the ensuing night, another extraordinary visitation awaited. This time, it was as if the ethereal energy emanated from a different direction, flowing from left to right in stark contrast to the previous encounter. As I focused my attention, a radiant light filled with exuberance came into view. The essence of this energy seemed to reverberate with the sounds of merry giggles, as if unseen forces were reveling in boundless delight. Gradually, a realization dawned upon me. This ethereal energy carried the essence of an impending arrival, a forthcoming birth. The spirit of an unborn child made its presence known, conveying its imminent entry into the realm of the living. Days later, the news reached me. My second cousin had welcomed baby boy into the world. Overwhelmed with joy, I marveled at the connection I had sensed, the privilege of witnessing the miracle of life in its nascent form. In these sacred encounters with the ethereal realm, I couldn't help but acknowledge the divine presence orchestrating the intricate tapestry of existence. Praise and gratitude filled my heart, for these profound experiences had unveiled to me the interconnectedness of the spirit realm and the physical realm. I marveled at the unseen forces at work, guiding the ebb and flow of life's mysteries. It was as if a veil had been lifted, granting me glimpses into the profound depths of existence that transcend the limitations of our mortal perception. In the wake of these encounters, a newfound sense of purpose ignited within me. I yearned to explore the realms beyond the tangible, to delve deeper into the intricacies of the spirit world. Each visitation had left an indelible mark on my soul, a thirst for understanding that could not be quenched by conventional means. I became increasingly attuned to the subtle energies that permeated our reality, seeking to unravel the secrets they held. As I delved into the realms of spirituality and metaphysics, I discovered a wealth of ancient wisdom and esoteric knowledge. The journey of self-discovery became intertwined with my exploration of the unseen, as I sought to understand not only the vast tapestry of the spirit realm, but also the depths of my own being. Meditation and introspection became my companions, helping me to unlock the dormant faculties within, allowing me to connect more deeply with the ethereal energies that surrounded me. With each passing day, my senses sharpened, honed by the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment. I began to perceive subtle vibrations, to decipher the whispers of the unseen. The boundaries between the physical and the spiritual blurred, and I found solace in the realization that they were not isolated beings but integral parts of a grand cosmic symphony. Guided by intuition and synchronicity, I embarked on a journey of service, seeking to share the profound wisdom that I'd gleaned from my extraordinary encounters. Through writing, speaking, and engaging with others, I aimed to kindle the spark of curiosity within their hearts, to ignite a longing for a deeper understanding of our interconnected existence. The path was not without challenges. Skepticism met my revelations, as the unseen forces I spoke of clashed with the established beliefs of many. But I remained undeterred, for I knew that the truth I had uncovered transcended the confines of skepticism. The power of personal experience, the irrefutable connection forged between souls in the spirit realm, provided the foundation for my unwavering conviction. As the years unfolded, my journey of exploration continued. Each encounter with the ethereal realm brought new insights, expanding my consciousness and deepening my connection to the divine. I witnessed the profound impact of these experiences on others, and they too began to question the boundaries of their understanding and explore the depths of their own personal potential. Looking back on that first visitation, I realized the profound lessons it had imparted. It taught me the importance of embracing the unknown, of trusting the unseen forces that guide our lives. It instilled in me the significance of sharing our experiences, for in doing so, we offer solace and affirmation to those who have encountered the extraordinary. And so, with a heart brimming with gratitude, I continued to journey forward, ever curious and open to the wondrous mysteries that lie beyond the realm of the tangible. I walked this path with the unwavering belief that there is so much more to discover, so much more to experience, so I traversed this intricate web that connects us all in the eternal dance of life and spirit. My first shadow figure, story number 5. When I was 17 years old, I had my inaugural encounter with a mysterious shadow figure. It happened shortly after I moved into a new house in September of 1986, a dwelling that had tragically been the place of the previous owner's demise during the past winter. It was during the night when the peculiar incident unfolded. Suddenly I awoke with an unsettling sensation that I was being closely observed. You see, my bedroom was situated off the second floor landing, with the wall directly opposite my door. Slowly I rolled over to the position where I could sit up and assess my surroundings. To my surprise, there was no discernible sources of light present. The other bedroom doors were securely closed and the room was immersed in an eerie darkness. As I propped myself up, my gaze fixated upon a peculiar sight. There in front of me stood a shadow figure, seemingly darker than the already dim ambiance of the house. Its presence was intensified by the presence of silver pinprick eyes that pierced through with obscurity. Filled with curiosity and a tinge of trepidation, I summoned the courage to inquire about its intentions. Yet to my dismay, my query was met with an eerie silence. Engulfed in an atmosphere charged with anticipation, the shadow figure and I engaged in an intense staring contest, the duration of which felt like an eternity. The air was thick with uncertainty as we locked our gazes, neither one of us yielding. But then, as abruptly as it had appeared, the enigmatic figure began to fade away, gradually dissipating into the surrounding darkness. That encounter marked the first and surprisingly the last I had of such experiences for a considerable period. Story number 6. Is it possible to trigger paranormal activity by thinking about it? Recently, within the past week, or perhaps a fortnight, I stumbled upon an intriguing episode of the renowned television show Paranormal Caught on Camera. This featured a segment that revolved around a woman, previously unacquainted with the supernatural occurrences, who, after immersing herself in numerous videos depicting paranormal phenomenon, began to experience a sense of unease within the confines of her humble abode. Stricken by the inexplicable sensation, she hastily reached for a trusty smartphone, fully intent on capturing the unfolding moment of posterity. Little did she anticipate the spine-chilling revelation that awaited her lens. With trembling hands, she meticulously directed the recording device toward the ominous corner of the room. Apprehensive of what she might encounter, to her astonishment and terror, the digital evidence unveiled a presence beyond comprehension. A nebulous silhouette of ebony hue, resembling a humanoid figure, yet sporting an inexplicable non-human visage. The shadowy enigma, a disconcerting amalgamation of the familiar and the otherworldly, etched an indelible mark upon her psyche. Moreover, my fascination with the paranormal continued to thrive as I delved further into the realm of supernatural mysteries. A subsequent foray into the realm of the late-night radio led me into a captivating program, Coast to Coast. During a particular episode, a caller, no doubt plagued by curiosity, boldly broached the topic of establishing communication with the enigmatic extraterrestrial beings known as Greys. Eagerly anticipating the guest's response, I hung on to every word, eager to uncover the secrets that lay dormant within the abyss of the cosmos. With an air of authority, the guest elucidated upon the elusive nature of these interstellar entities. According to their account, the Greys possess a form of telepathic prowess, enabling them to effortlessly intercept our most intimate thoughts whenever we happen to contemplate their enigmatic presence. Seemingly omnipresent within the realms of human cognition, the Greys selectively descend from the celestial expanse to visit our humble abode should our thoughts pique their insatiable curiosity. Such revelations left me awe-stricken, pondering the seemingly boundless intricacies of the universe and the mysteries it conceals. The intricate tapestry of the paranormal, interwoven with ethereal shadows and the cosmic dance of alien minds, beckons us to traverse the realms of the unknown, urging us to unravel the enigmas that lie beyond the veil of human perception. Story number 7. No one else saw it but me. Black human-like figure. Last week on a Thursday afternoon, I found myself amidst of my dismissings club. Story number 8. Hauntings in my apartment. I currently reside in a charming apartment nestled in the heart of Pennsylvania. The building has a rich history spanning over a century, and it possesses a rather unique neighbor, an ancient funeral home. For the majority of my time here, I've never encountered any peculiar occurrences, until the past couple of weeks. Allow me to provide a bit of context. I'm a parent of a lovely child who splits her time between living with me and her mother. Now let me recount the series of events that unfolded during this unsettling period. One fateful evening as I lay in bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber, an unexpected sensation began to overwhelm me. The onset of sleep paralysis. It felt as though an invisible force was gradually seizing control over my limbs, rendering them stiff and immovable. Panic surged through my veins as I desperately sought any means to escape from this nightmarish state. By a stroke of luck, my hand instinctively reached for the nearby object within my reach, which happened to be my trusty phone. Summoning all of my willpower, I managed to break free from the clutches of sleep paralysis, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over me. Subsequently, I was able to rest peacefully for the remainder of the night. Approximately a week later, an incident occurred that shook me to my core. It was late at night and my daughter was soundly asleep in her room, which adjoins mine through a doorway conveniently positioned across from my bed. In the eerie stillness, my eyes fluttered open, only to be met with a spine-chilling sight. A childlike silhouette ominously lurking against the wall, adjacent to the entrance of my daughter's room. This enigmatic figure stood as pitch black, a pitch-black mass, darker than the surrounding room, devoid of any discernible features such as a face, limbs, or hair. It appeared as though it were fixated on me, gazing intently from its shadowy stance. Though an overwhelming sense of fear washed over me, I made a conscious decision to ignore the presence, averting my gaze and forcing myself back into a restless slumber. Upon awakening a few hours later, to my immense relief, the apparition had vanished without a trace, as if it were nothing more than a figment of my imagination. Days passed and the weight of this haunting encounter continued to weigh upon my mind. In an unexpected twist of fate, my girlfriend and I found ourselves perusing the local flea market. As we leisurely wandered among the vendors and their wares, we happened upon a stall where a medium was engaged in conversations with the intrigued visitors. Driven by an overwhelming curiosity mingled with a growing concern, I decided to share my eerie experiences with the medium, hoping to gain some insight into the matter. The medium's countenance changed. A hint of worry etched upon her face, as she urged me to purify my living space by means of burning sage, a traditional practice known for its spiritual cleansing properties. Furthermore, she presented me with a small vial of holy oil, urging me to anoint the entrance of my apartment with it, as a protective barrier against malevolent spirits, apparently. Additionally, she advised applying a gentle dab of the oil onto my daughter's forehead in order to safeguard her from any potential harm. The following day, armed with sage and the holy oil, my girlfriend and I ventured into my apartment, determined to embark on this cleansing ritual. As I meticulously cleansed each room, my girlfriend stationed herself in the kitchen, situated near the front door, a location that would soon become the focal point of an inexplicable occurrence. In a truly chilling turn of events, both my girlfriend and I suddenly became acutely aware of a sharp, resounding slam emanating from the front door, echoing through the apartment. To our astonishment, my girlfriend witnessed the door forcefully shutting on its own accord. The sight sent shivers down our spines, leaving us momentarily frozen in disbelief. However, despite the initial shock, an unexpected tranquility seemed to settle upon the apartment thereafter. The once unsettling aura that pervaded the space dissipated, replaced by a newfound sense of serenity. It was as if the cleansing ritual had successfully banished the malevolent energies that had plagued us. Since that fateful day, the apartment has exuded a peacefulness I had longed for, and the ominous vibes have become a distant memory. Yet, even with this newfound tranquility, I have made up my mind to expedite my plans of relocating. However, it's important to note that my decision to move is not solely driven by the paranormal encounters I've experienced. Instead, it stems from a variety of unrelated reasons that have coincided with these unsettling events, leading me to seek a fresh start in a different environment. While the mysteries surrounding the old Pennsylvania apartment and its connection to the neighboring funeral home may forever remain unanswered, I cannot deny the profound impacts these experiences have had on my life. They have ignited a curiosity within me, compelling me to explore the realms beyond the ordinary, delving into the enigmatic world of the supernatural. I find solace in the knowledge that I've taken measures to protect myself and my daughter from any potential harm, knowing that the remnants of whatever presence loomed within those walls has been dispelled. As I prepare to embark on a new chapter in my life, I carry with me the lessons learned from this ethereal encounter. I've developed a newfound appreciation for the fragility of our reality and the vast unknown that lies just beyond the surface. The experience has instilled in me a deep respect for the unseen forces that intertwine with our daily lives, urging me to remain vigilant and open-minded to the extraordinary. Hauntings in my apartment. I currently reside in a charming apartment nestled in the heart of Pennsylvania. This building has a rich history spanning over a century, and it possesses a rather unique neighbor, an ancient funeral home. For the majority of my time here, I've never encountered any peculiar occurrences until the past couple of weeks, that is. Allow me to provide a bit of context. I'm a parent to a lovely child who splits her time between living with me and her mother. Now, let me recount the series of events that unfolded during this unsettling period. One fateful evening, as I lay in bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber, an unexpected sensation began to overwhelm me: the onset of sleep paralysis. It felt as though an invisible force was gradually seizing control over my limbs, rendering them stiff and immovable. Panic surged through my veins as I desperately sought a means of escaping this nightmarish state. By a stroke of luck, my hand instinctively reached to the nearest object within my reach, which happened to be my trusty phone. Summoning all my willpower, I managed to break free of the clutches of sleep paralysis, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over me. Subsequently, I was able to rest peacefully for the remainder of the night. As I prepare to embark on a new chapter in my life, I carry with me the lessons learned from this ethereal encounter. I have developed a newfound appreciation for the fragility of our reality and the vast unknown that lies just beyond the surface. The experience has instilled with me a deep respect for the unseen forces that intertwine with our daily lives, urging me to remain vigilant and open-minded to the extraordinary. In the end, it is not fear for uncertainty that defines us, but rather how we confront and grow from these experiences. The story of my time in Pennsylvania will forever be etched in my memory, serving as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and our ability to overcome even the most inexplicable and daunting challenges. As I embark on my journey toward a new home, I carry within me a newfound sense of strength and an unwavering belief in the power of the human spirit to conquer the unknown. Something touched me in my own home. Story number 9. As the title suggests, an unusual incident occurred when my boyfriend paid me a visit the other day. We were engrossed in conversation when out of nowhere he abruptly halted his words, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Puzzled, I inquired about the sudden pause, and he sheepishly revealed that he had felt an inexplicable grip on his arm. Initially, I didn't dwell on it too much, dismissing it as a mere oddity. However, recent events have compelled me to ponder over the inexplicable occurrences unfolding around me. It was just yesterday when I found myself in the sanctuary of the bathroom, attending to my daily rituals, when I distinctly felt a brush against my posterior. That's a fancy word for butt. It was as though someone or something had grazed past me, mimicking the sensation of navigating through a narrow space. While I wouldn't describe this encounter as particularly frightening, it did stir a sense of curiosity within me. Couldn't help but wonder about the thoughts and interpretations of those who might come across my story. What could possibly be the explanation for these enigmatic incidents? Adding another layer of intrigue to this puzzling situation, I noticed a peculiar spot in my bedroom, precisely at the corner of my bed. Like clockwork, my feline companions would gather around this mysterious area, fixating their attention and occasionally scratching at it during the late-night hours between 11 and 2 a.m. In my quest to unravel the mystery, I discovered that the previous occupant of this dwelling was an elderly woman known for eccentricity, surrounded by an astonishing number of over 40 cats. Visualizing the dimensions of my abode, which spans roughly 70 square meters, I couldn't help but marvel at the sheer abundance of feline presence that once filled these walls. The question lingers in my mind, could there be some connection between the phantom touch and the feline fixation on this specific spot? My mind races with various possibilities, attempting to decipher the conundrum at hand. Could it be that the lingering energy of the previous tenant has intertwined itself with the very fabric of this place? Is it plausible that these ethereal remnants of the elderly woman's feline-filled existence have left an indelible mark, suddenly influencing the environment around me? Or perhaps there's an entirely different explanation waiting to be unveiled, something beyond the realm of conventional understanding. Regardless, I find myself both fascinated and unnerved by these unfolding events. In my quest for answers, I turn to you, dear listeners, seeking your thoughts, insights, and theories. Have you encountered similar inexplicable occurrences? Do you believe in the existence of unseen forces that inhabit our world, lingering long after their physical forms have departed? Your perspectives and experiences are invaluable to this enigmatic journey. Story number 10. Weird Dreams. Several years ago, I embarked on a profound research journey, delving into the lives of individuals I came across at a museum, whose tragic demises had left an indelible mark on me. Strangely, I found myself forming a peculiar bond with them, whether it was the sympathy I felt for their untimely deaths, or the admiration I harbored for their immense courage. My insatiable passion for history propelled me to unravel every conceivable detail about these individuals and the fateful events that engulfed them. One particular night, the boundaries between reality and the ethereal realm blurred as I was ensnared in a dream, where one of the subjects I had been engrossed in materialized before me. The dream unfolded with an intensity that transcended the confines of my slumber, immersing me in an intimate encounter with this enigmatic figure. Every sensation, every emotion reverberating through my being, as if I were an active participant in the dream rather than a mere observer. Moreover, I found myself traversing through an unfamiliar setting within this dream, a location that perplexed me to no end. Upon awakening, my curiosity piqued. I embarked on a frantic online search, desperate to discern the truth behind the enigmatic room that had manifested within my dream. To my astonishment, I uncovered that this room indeed existed in the very place I had studied so extensively, a room that had eluded my knowledge until that revelatory dream encounter. It was as though my subconscious had unearthed a hidden treasure, a clandestine chamber of secrets previously unknown to me. From that moment forward, a series of dreams commenced, each seamlessly picking up where its predecessor had left off. It was as if the souls of these unfortunate victims had found solace in my slumber, utilizing my dreams as a conduit to recount their haunting tales. Throughout this mesmerizing sequence, the original individual who had forged a profound connection with me in the intimate dream remained a steadfast presence, accompanying me through each nocturnal odyssey. In these extraordinary dreams, I not only witnessed events unfold, but also experienced them viscerally, as if I were an embodiment of the very characters I had researched. Sight, sound, and sensation melded to a vivid tapestry of emotions, transcending the boundaries of my waking existence. However, it was in the final dream, the crescendo of this ethereal saga, where an unsettling twist ensued. Inexplicably, my connection to the companion who had guided me through the previous dreams waned, leaving me adrift and disoriented. Fear gripped me as I grappled with the disintegration of our bond, my heart pounding in my chest as a climactic tragedy unfurled within the confines of that enigmatic dream realm. I became a vessel for the rawest forms of terror and agony. Even upon awakening, remnants of the pain lingered, manifested as aches and soreness in the very areas of my dream-inflicted injuries. Since that momentous final dream, where anguish permeated every fiber of my being, I've never encountered a dream of comparable intensity. The connection I once shared with these ethereal figures, the conduits of history, abruptly severed, never to be rekindled again. Nevertheless, the profound impact of those dreams has left an indelible mark upon my soul. I find myself inexplicably longing for these individuals, whom I've never met in the waking world. A profound sense of yearning for those whose stories became intertwined with mine through the tapestry of dreams. It's a sentiment I've never experienced prior to those vivid nocturnal journeys, a testament to the unfathomable power of the human spirit and the enduring legacy of those who came before us. Story number 11. Bizarre Encounter. Let me take you back to a nostalgic moment from my teenage years, a memory that still lingers in my mind. It was a time when my best friend and I resided in a quaint little village, surrounded by vast fields and enchanting woods. Our days were filled with the simple joys of climbing trees during summer breaks, relishing in the adventurous spirit that youth bestowed upon us. We were inseparable, seeking thrills in every nook and cranny of our idyllic countryside. As we grew older, our penchant for excitement led us to venture into daring escapades. One such escapade involved trespassing into a nearby quarry, convinced that we could find amusement within its rugged terrain. We were both just 14 years old at the time, brimming with the mischievousness that was characteristic of adolescence. On that fateful day, we found ourselves perched upon a stile, positioned between the woods and an expansive field. The landscape stretched out before us, delineated by a hedgerow that separated the two fields. From our elevated vantage point, we engaged in animated conversation, blissfully unaware of the peculiar turn of events that would soon take. Our attention was suddenly drawn to the distant field where the few individuals were tending to their tasks with the aid of a tractor. The rumble of the machinery reached our ears, mingling with the tranquil symphony of nature. Given the agricultural nature of the area, the sight of the people working in the fields didn't strike us as particularly unusual. Curiosity, however, prompted me to inquire of my friend whether she believed that they were aware of our presence, or if they perceived us as mere onlookers peering at them from an air of voyeurism. While we gazed at these indistinct figures in the distance, our minds shrouded in a veil of uncertainty, an inexplicable occurrence unfolded before our eyes. The laborers, so minuscule in size due to the vast expanse that separated us, abruptly ceased their activities and began to wave in our direction. Confusion and surprise mingled with us, for we were certain that our remote location concealed us from their view, and the distance made any form of communication impossible, yet there they were, gesturing in our direction with an eerie persistence. An unsettling chill cascaded down our spines, permeating the air around us, as a friend couldn't help but exclaim, "Forget about this, let's get out of here." Sensing her unease, I concurred, realizing that it was time to retreat from this mysterious tableau. We retreated back into the comforting embrace of the woods, our footsteps hastened by the instinctual fear that had taken hold of our beings. As we glanced back, the figures in the distance continued their strange waving motion, devoid of any natural fluidity. It was as though they were trapped in a perpetual state of repetition, devoid of life and vitality. From that moment onward, we vowed to never return to that disquieting area, opting instead to confine our explorations to the familiarity of the quarry. The mysteries surrounding those distant fields remained unresolved, buried deep within the recesses of our youthful memories. In recent times, however, I stumbled upon accounts of similar unexplained phenomena happening to others. It reignited that dormant curiosity within me, impelling me to seek answers. So, dear friends, I turn to you with a lingering question. What could possibly explain that eerie encounter from our past? Perhaps there's more to this enigma than meets the eye. Let it be known that we were true children of the 90s, embracing the simplicity of life amidst fields and woods. Our means of communication involved the virtual realm of MSN, where we would gather in the digital realm, eagerly inviting our friends to join us in our tree-climbing adventures. Ah, the nostalgia of those carefree days when the internet was a gateway to a virtual connection and endless possibilities. As I delved deeper into my quest for answers, I realized that the bizarre encounter that we had experienced might not be an isolated incident. Stories began to emerge from various corners of the world, tales of inexplicable sightings and eerie interactions with unknown entities. It seems that our encounter was merely a drop in the vast ocean of unexplained phenomenon. Story number 12. Ask Reddit. I once had the opportunity to work as a live-in staff member in a college dormitory. It was during the summer when the campus was relatively empty, housing only a small number of dedicated students attending summer school. Approximately 30 individuals total. These students were known for their high level of academic motivation and often carried the weight of stress, making them generally quiet. One fine day in late June, my office received a phone call from a concerned sibling. She informed us that her brother, who lived alone in a room on the summer school floor, was unreachable. While it wasn't uncommon for students to avoid their families due to frayed nerves or social awkwardness, the situation caught our attention. Our standard procedure for checking on students involved attempting to contact them through the emergency contact information. If unsuccessful, we would visit their room and confirm their presence and availability. However, we were required to enter a student's room only in the presence of another staff member to ensure everyone's safety. After failing to reach the student via his room and mobile phone, and considering the shortage of staff members that day, I decided to personally visit his room to ensure his well-being. Arriving on the floor around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I discovered it to be deserted, as I had anticipated. Locating the student's room number, I immediately noticed the faint sound of a movie playing from behind his door, emanating from either a television or maybe a computer. Knocking on the door 3 times, I announced my identity as a staff member responsible for checking on his health and safety. No response. Initially, I didn't find this particularly remarkable, as college students are notorious for leaving their electronics on while being absent from their rooms. To alleviate any concerns, I decided to investigate further. I checked the floor's showers and bathrooms, finding them empty. Returning to the student's door, I knocked 3 more times, allowing approximately 20 seconds between each knock. Still no answer. At this point, my instincts began to tingle. Having worked in residence halls for several years, I sensed that something was amiss. The combination of the concerned family, the running electronics suggesting recent activity, the idiosyncratic behavior of summer school students, and the deserted floor all added up to an unsettling situation. Being alone in that moment likely exacerbated my unease, evoking memories of eerie settings such as Overlook Hotel from Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. Seeking closure or some semblance of sanity, I disregarded the protocol prohibiting solo room entry and decided to unlock the student's door. However, before doing so, I knocked on the door once again, announcing my presence as the hall director. With a sense of urgency, I entered the room, and as soon as I did, my senses were heightened even further. The room appeared relatively empty, with the student seemingly living out of a suitcase, which was unusual considering the minimum 8-week duration of the summer school session. The disheveled bedding indicated recent use, as if someone had been sleeping in it, and all the lights in the room were on. As I suspected, an open laptop powered by its battery played The Matrix on a desk. However, the student was nowhere to be found. In an attempt to rationalize the situation and quell my growing discomfort, I convinced myself that the student must have crossed paths on the way to his room, and he was likely downstairs in the lobby picking up food for a late lunch. Yes, that must be it. Preparing to leave, intending to reach out to the student later, or maybe later in the afternoon or the evening, something caught my attention. It was an odd piece of evidence. A set of accordion closet doors, which are often removed due to their disuse. They were still present in this particular room. Not only were they present, but they were closed. This struck me as odd, as it had been quite some time since I had seen anyone actually use those cranky and dysfunctional doors. In that moment, my intuition surged to an all-time high, and a wave of realization washed over me. Oh no, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I suddenly found myself alone in a room with a potential suicide student who might already have taken drastic measures. I was about to become that guy who discovers a tragic scene and is burdened with an avalanche of paperwork and unpleasant tasks, including the heart-wrenching responsibility of informing the family. My heart raced and my mind raced even faster. Panic started to set in, but I knew I had to stay composed. Gathering my courage, I mustered the strength to address the closed doors, my voice cracking with a mixture of fear and concern. I announced my name and title, informing the student that I'd be opening those accordion doors in a count of 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Fumbling with the latch on the doors, my hands trembling, I finally managed to disengage them. As I slowly slid the doors apart, I braced myself for what I might find. Would it be a horrifying sight, a ghastly scene of tragedy that would haunt me forever? But what I saw on the other side was the last thing I expected. There stood a tall, dark-skinned Indian man, towering at about 7 feet, staring at me with an embarrassed expression as if I had stumbled upon his secret hideout. We locked eyes when it felt like an eternity, and we just stood in silence, not blinking, not breathing, not uttering a single word. Finally, the realization of what had transpired hit me, and a mix of disbelief and relief washed over me. Finding my voice again, I managed to stammer out the only words that came to mind. Are you in here hiding from me?" He looked at me, his gaze filled with a mixture of vulnerability and uncertainty, and simply replied, "Yeah." My heart was still racing, but a sense of relief flooded through me. I turned to leave the room, planning to give the student some space and then reach out to him later. But because I closed the door behind me, I turned back to him, unable to shake off the concern that had gripped me from the beginning. "Call your sister," I said, my voice filled with a mix of compassion and genuine worry. "She's worried about you, and frankly, I am too." With that, I left the room, closing the door gently behind me. The weight of my shoulders had lifted slightly, knowing that the student was physically unharmed, yet I couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of concern, a reminder of the delicate nature of mental health and the importance of reaching out to those who may be struggling. As I walked away from the room, my mind filled with thoughts of the steps I needed to take, checking in with the student, ensuring he received the support he needed, and connecting him with the necessary resources on campus. The incident served as a poignant reminder of the challenges and responsibilities that came with working in a college dormitory, where our role extends beyond providing a place to live, but also caring for the well-being of the students we serve. Deep down, I hoped that the student would find the strength to confide in someone, to open up about the struggles he faced, and as I continued my work in the dormitory, I remained committed to fostering a supportive environment where students felt comfortable seeking help, knowing that they weren't alone in their challenges. Mental health is a crucial aspect of student well-being, and it's our duty as staff members to provide a safe and supportive space for them to navigate through their difficulties. In the days that followed, I made it a priority to check in on the Indian student regularly, ensuring that he had the necessary support systems in place. We had several conversations about his well-being and his struggles and the importance of reaching out for help when needed. It was through these interactions that a deeper connection formed, and I became not just a staff member, but also a trusted confidant. Over time, the student began to open up about the immense pressure that he had been facing academically and personally. The high-stress environment of summer school, combined with his own expectations, had taken a toll on his mental health. Together, we explored strategies to manage stress, discussed the importance of self-care, and connected with him on counseling services provided by the university. As the weeks went by, I witnessed a remarkable transformation in the student. With the support he received, he gradually regained his confidence and started taking steps towards a healthier and more balanced life. He became involved in campus activities and joined study groups, and even reached out to fellow students who might be experiencing similar challenges. This experience reaffirmed the vital role we play as live-in staff members, not only ensuring the physical safety of our students, but also fostering a caring and inclusive community. It reminded me of the power of compassion, empathy, and the impact of even a single act, reaching out, and how it can have on somebody's life. In the years that followed, I continued to work in the college dormitory, cherishing the opportunities to support students through their journeys. Each day brought a new challenge and a new story, but the lessons I learned from that event remained etched in my memory. It served as a constant reminder to be vigilant, to listen attentively, and to prioritize the well-being of every student under our care.